feels like 114. I'm in Nebraska, not Arizona. What the fuck is this shit? 114. Oh, God. For all my Celsius peeps out there, that's 45 degrees. It feels like it's 45 degrees Celsius outside. What the shit? Yeah, but see, you're in the desert, so it makes sense for it to be over 100 degrees. I am not. I am in the Midwest. The desert's supposed to be hot. It's a desert. But that's like it's like someone saying, "Why is it so cold in Florida? It's 30 degrees." And then you're like, "Well, I'm in Saskatchewan and it's 10 degrees." It's like, yeah, you're in fucking Canada. What do you expect? It to be warm in the winter? The fuck? You know, like, that's the point. It's supposed to be that. No circulation isn't fun anywhere, though. Even though it's dry air, no circulation of dry air is still not fun. But here, I wonder what the humidity is. It's probably like 80% or some nonsense, because whoo. The dew point is 77 degrees Fahrenheit. The humidity is 52%, which isn't bad. I'm sure it'll go up as the sun goes down, because that's what it did yesterday. It got cooler out, technically, but the humidity skyrocketed, so it felt hotter. Yeah. I assume it's not humid there, since it's a desert. I assume it's quite dry. Because I can tell you, it's not here. It's not dry. It's wet. I don't think I've ever been more happy to live in a basement, because it's so nice and cold under here. Like, it's 74 degrees in my apartment, and I've not had the AC on since before I went to bed last night. So saving lots of money. I'm saving lots of money on fucking AC. I feel bad for the people on the top floor, because warm air rises. I'm lucky to be far inland enough that it's dry. I've been somewhere close by the same location where it was 100% humidity. So you're just swimming around? Swimming from building to building? Jesus Christ. 100% humidity. I imagine that's what hell feels like, huh? Jesus Christ. I genuinely believe that's what hell is like. If hell is real, that's what it's like. That's how hot it is. 100 degrees with 100% humidity. Or you're just miserable constantly. Or the air is so thick, you feel like you can't breathe, because it's just water. Awful. Awful. Truly awful. There are just so many reasons not to leave my apartment today, and I'm very glad that I didn't pick up any shifts this week so that I don't have to go out in this nonsense. Because the warehouse doesn't have the best temperature control, but in the department I work at, since it's near the dock where there are trailers coming in and out, so there are big ass holes in the wall where the doors go, it stays warm back there. And then you add on top of that it doesn't have good temperature control, and it's just it's hot even if you're not in the trailer. You're still like, why am I sweating? Like, I'm inside. Why am I sweating? And it's like, oh, right. There's a warehouse. Gross. $114. Yeah, see, 114 is just the real feel. It's not actually 114 degrees, but because of the humidity and the direct sunlight, it feels like it's 114 degrees. It's actually only 100 degrees. Yes. Some areas in the warehouse do have AC, like the break rooms have aggressively good AC, in that the break rooms are usually cold as fuck. But then you walk back out onto the floor and it's hot, and you're like, why can't we just like prop the door open? Let the break room cool off the rest of the place. So I woke up to a dead Fitbit this morning, and I don't know if I just didn't actually charge it yesterday like I thought I did, because I had it plugged in for hours yesterday while I put my bed together and like assembled my bed frame and moved all my like for like 4 hours I had it plugged in, but I woke up to it dead. So I don't know if maybe I'd plugged it in the wrong way, because like it's supposed to go one direction in the little clamp, and I'm thinking maybe I put it in there the wrong direction, but I don't fucking know. I mean, it could just be at the end of its life finally. I've had it for like forever. I don't even remember when I got it. It's been a long time. Show you our tent of a warehouse and the metallic container inside the tent that serves as the office. So you sit in a nice metal box all day. Love that for you. But it's just a giant tent. Like where the karaoke is that you sent a picture of. Like that. Although that looks like a bunker more than a tent. Like, not a bunker, but like a airplane hangar. Except much smaller, obviously, than an airplane hangar. Picking out some posts to read. They really gotta write a good title, because that's what makes me pick it. Yeah, basically. Except this is Reddit, so it doesn't really count. Mm. Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty. I'm sure there's plenty on Reddit. Alrighty, let's jump into it. I hate that I have a bed now, right? And I'm sleeping in that bed. And I'm still tired. I'm just so tired of being tired, you know? Like, I just want to feel rested for like 10 minutes, you know? Like 10 minutes, that's all I ask, alright? Oh. No worries. I'll be here. So tired of these fucking boxes popping up. I don't know how to get it to not pop up though. Alrighty. Am I the asshole for telling my wife off after getting our daughter to cut her hair off, even after being told not to? We all know how I feel about haircuts. We all know how I feel. Alright, my wife is currently battling cancer, and one of the things she's told me she's struggling with most was losing her hair. She's been given a near 100% chance of survival since we caught it early, but the chemotherapy has destroyed her hair anyway, and she had to shave what was left of it off a few weeks ago. Not long after that, she suggested we attempt to get our 17-year-old daughter, Anna, to do this as well. Anna has very long hair that she puts a lot of care into, so I felt it was inappropriate to ask her... Oh, I felt it was appropriate to ask her in private if she wanted to, / would be willing to do such a thing. She told me that she didn't want to cut her hair, and I figured that was the end of that. However, yesterday they came home from a girls' shopping trip, something they do every so often, and Anna had a buzzed haircut. That struck me as odd after what she'd said, so after dinner I talked to her, and she told me that my wife had said that she would never forgive Anna if she didn't show her support by buzzing her head. I asked her if she was happy about it, and she said that she wasn't. When I went to bed, I brought it up with my wife, and she said it was Anna's choice to or not. I just told her how I'd see the situation. I told her off saying she needed to respect Anna's personal choices and that a 17-year-old girl being against shaving her head wasn't exactly out of the ordinary. However, my wife simply said it was to show support for her. I've been sleeping on the couch ever since. I love my wife and I understand that she's going through something traumatic. However, her attitude comes off as very manipulative to me, and that's not behavior I feel I can personally accept. I'm not sure if I can move past this to continue the relationship. Am I the asshole? So did OP ask Anna and then tell wife Anna's response, or did they ask her together? So wife was already aware of Anna not wanting to cut her hair off. I mean, not the asshole either way. It's fucked up to like manipulate her daughter into that. But as someone who grew up with parents who would totally do something like this, and by do something like this, I mean like use the whole, well, I'll never forgive you if you don't do this, or the I'd be very disappointed if you didn't, blah, blah, blah. It could be, honestly, the wife might be doing it, not realizing that's what she was doing. People who behave that way often don't recognize that that's what they're doing, so. Yeah, wife is absolutely the asshole, without a doubt. Comments. Not the asshole, your wife is a flaming asshole. I'm sorry she has cancer, but what she did to your daughter was very abusive. If she's unable to deal mentally with her disease and treatment, then she needs to seek professional help, not to manipulate and coerce your daughter into making a choice that she didn't want to make. Make no mistake, she abused your daughter. Honestly, cancer or no cancer, if I were in your shoes, I would seriously be considering divorce, if only to get your daughter to safety. Yeah. We've read posts where someone was forced to force a kid to shave their head, or force someone to cut their hair in a situation where they didn't feel like it or they didn't want to, and very abusive situations. Very similar to this one, quite honestly, even although the others often don't involve a cancer diagnosis. But I think the wife in this scenario thinks that her cancer gives her the right or whatever to be a total ass, not realizing that that's not how this works. So, your wife's illness is tragic, but not an excuse to emotionally blackmail or ignore your daughter's bodily autonomy. Frankly, her behavior is just jealous and cruel. Yeah, it's called me crazy, but it's not even that tragic since she has a 100% chance of survivor. Yeah, chemotherapy sucks, but that doesn't mean you have to take it out on others, huh? Not the asshole. I hope your daughter moves out when she can. Your wife was so manipulative. She was absolutely horrible. Stand by your daughter. Maybe get your wife into a support group. She sounds like she needs it. Yeah. I'm guessing this isn't the first time OP's wife has given her daughter the reason to stop talking to her the second she is able to. This level of emotional blackmail doesn't just come out of nowhere, and no, having cancer doesn't suddenly turn you into a raging piece of shit. OP, this particular tale will haunt your daughter for the rest of her life. Your home is not a very safe place for her, emotionally or mentally, because her mother has made it very, very clear that her daughter's comfort means nothing to her. Your wife is bitter and cruel and has decided to force her daughter to shave her head because she herself has had to lose her hair. That is abuse. You need to evaluate this couple thing and do what you can to provide your daughter a safe environment while she's still at home. Specifically, you need to ensure your daughter knows that you will always be her advocate and that she can call you if she needs you to come get her or intervene between you and your wife. If she doesn't have her own cell phone with your number in it, you need to get her one now. Well, she's 17. I'm sure she does. All I ever wanted was to forget just for a few minutes about my treatment. Everything in my life revolved around appointments, treatment options, blood counts, my port being perpetually fucked up, on and on and on. And I could not, in any timeline, in any dimension, in the multiverse of the universe, imagine wanting the most treasured beings in my life to be a reflection of my illness, then wanting that enough to emotionally blackmail them about it. I can't even begin to empathize with her position. Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe, usually that's something that, that's not, the situation of shaving your head to show support for someone who's going through cancer treatment. The way that works usually isn't the person with cancer asking you to do it. It's usually something that a group of friends or family members or whatever will do without asking and just surprise them with support. It's not usually something that the sick person asks for, right? You know what I mean? It's not expected that if someone in your life gets cancer that you have to shave your head to show support and solidarity. That's not a thing. it's just something that some people have done, and that has become a more popular thing to do as a way to show support, especially because the loss of hair during chemo is often so traumatic for a lot of people. It's often one of the more like outwardly traumatic portions for a lot of people, because obviously they're sick all the time because of chemo, but then losing your hair on top of that can be really traumatic for a lot of people. So having family members either offer or just go out and get it done and come back and surprise you can be really like it can really be heartwarming, but not for the sick person to be like, you should shave your head to support me. Like, that seems a little weird for it to go that direction, you know? So wife seems very self-important. Not the asshole, your wife, I'm sure, is struggling with self-image issues, but more or less manipulating her daughter into buzzing her hair was absolutely a terrible way to go about it. I think you were right to take your wife to task. When things are calmer, I would try to discuss this again with your wife and explain your disappointment that she twisted Anna's arm to do something that she didn't want to by employing really, really bad parenting techniques. If you don't do this, you don't love me. That shit is absolutely toxic and cannot continue. While your wife did something egregious, hair will grow back and the damage is done. But it might be worth getting some family counseling. As you said, your wife is going through something really traumatic, visible, and scary. It's also possible that you have some of your own things to sort through. Of course, cannot tell from this post alone, but even mentioning she has a near 100% chance of survival seems to possibly imply that you think she shouldn't be so upset. Assuming your relationship is otherwise healthy, I would try to work through this. Good luck, and I'm sorry this is happening. Yeah. I really like this response. I just can't wrap my head around this one. My mom had cancer. She's fine now, and she never would have thought of asking me for this. Her idea of me showing support was just me physically showing up and listening to her. Is OP's wife's idea of showing support trying in vain to make things more equal? Except presumably your daughter is in high school when arguably looks are under more of a microscope than a person is usually less capable of appreciating that physical appearance is only skin deep. I cannot imagine daughter's shock such disappointment when the mother-daughter day out suddenly morphed into dramatically alter your appearance or else you don't love me. 2 choices, pick now. Cancer isn't fair or kind. Neither is your wife these days. I recommend some family counseling. That's a good final sentence. Yeah. What the fuck? Shaving your hair does absolutely nothing for a person fighting cancer. It doesn't make chemo and its side effects easier. It doesn't make radiation and its side effects easier. It doesn't make surgery and its side effects easier. The only thing it does is appeal to the vanity of the victim. If I have to be bald, no one around me should have hair. That is rude, cruel, self-centered, and extremely entitled, and very, very wrong. OP, just because your wife has cancer does not give her the right to force your daughter to do something this traumatic. You already know this. This would be a deal breaker for me, and I am a cancer survivor. If my spouse did this to my child, I would take the kid and walk out. There's no way I would tolerate this, and I'm glad to see you are taking a stand for your daughter. Just because you are sick does not give you the right to someone else's body. Tell your wife to grovel to your daughter for forgiveness and to go buy her as realistic of a wig as she can ASAP. Otherwise, in one short year, she will lose her daughter forever, and she loses you right now. You are not the asshole. Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of the thing I was trying to make a point about with the whole, like, you don't ask them to shave their head. They shave it of their own will and then surprise you with it. Like, that's the direction it's supposed to go. Because it doesn't actually help. It's just a way to show support and solidarity. It doesn't actually do anything to make anything better, you know? Info. Before your wife had cancer, was she emotionally manipulative, or is this new? Either way, you're not the asshole your wife is. I'm not sure I'd be able to get past this either. She emotionally abused your daughter. OP said new, I think. If you're not positive, please check with Anna. Make sure she knows she's not in trouble for anything she tells you, and that you have this conversation when your wife can't interrupt. My mother pulled the same hair stunt when her hair came out in clumps as part of menopause. Guilting me into cutting hair I could sit on into a pixie cut like hers. I cried in private for weeks afterwards. It was part of a much larger pattern of behavior, but this was the first time it really was visible, so the first time anyone asked about it. I didn't even realize the guilt trips I'd been sent on until other people's questions made me think back, and I learned guilt isn't love. My dad had no idea. Yep. I'd be interested in a follow-up to this to find out what the daughter has to say. Like if this has been going on a while or not. My eyes are so tired. Jesus Christ. Okay. We've got one that Reddit has deemed the asshole, so that this should be interesting. Would I be the asshole if I don't change my son's name, even though it may cause him to lose an inheritance? I, 24, got pregnant while I was taking a gap year traveling. I met an older guy, nothing gross. I was 19, he was 23. We had fun. I was working in a bar to make money while I explored his city. When I got pregnant, he lost interest really quickly. I understood, but I am pro-choice, and I chose not to terminate. I went home and had my son. I also made sure to get child support. He could afford it. He didn't fight it, though. I had to prove paternity and everything. Oh, he did fight it. Sorry. He did fight it, though. I had to prove paternity and everything. Through that, his parents found out. They are well off. They have met my son, and they truly do seem to love him. They have provided gifts for his birthday and Christmas. They helped me with extra money so I could complete my university without going into debt. They have taken us on vacation with them so they could spend time with him. They aren't my biggest fans, but we are cordial to one another. 3 months ago, my son's father passed away. He got drunk at his bachelor party, tripped on the sidewalk, and hit his head, and that's all she wrote. Wow. That's tragic. Jesus. My son and I attended the funeral. We spent a week in that city so his grandparents could see him. They approached me with an offer. They had no other children or grandchildren. Their son was only 28, so he had lots of time to provide them legitimate kids. They did not say this, I'm just assuming, so they never thought about my son's name. They said that if I changed his surname to theirs legally, they would make him their primary heir. I think this is dumb. He is their only grandchild, and they would deny him an inheritance because of his last name. Yeah, some people are very, like, especially the older generation is very, and depending on the culture as well, are a lot more like, oh, you take the husband's name and stuff like that, and are more likely to shame people when the male's name isn't passed on. Like, that's like how legacy is passed on traditionally, so it doesn't surprise me that the grandparents would want this, especially depending on what country they come from, or that might be more of a traditional thing. I said I would consider it to be polite and have left it at that. I actually have a pretty good life as it is. My family has been very supportive, and because of the whole court thing, my son's father had to have life insurance with him as the beneficiary. Would it be nice for my kid to get a big sum of money? Yes. Do I want him to have the surname of a man who didn't want him, see him, or love him? No. I have been talking to my family about it, and a few of them think I'm being an asshole for giving up this kind of money for my son. It's generational wealth, and I'm making the decision based on emotion. I think they are assholes for thinking money is the only thing that matters. I think I will tell my son's grandparents that they can talk to him about it when he's 16. He will be old enough to understand the implications, but young enough to not be tied professionally to his last name. Just change his name, babe. The fuck? What if they die before he turns 16? Then what? You know? Like, you're only in this situation because his dad randomly died out of nowhere, you know, from a freak accident. Like, what if the grandparents die of old age before your son turns 16? How old is he now? I'm 24. I got pregnant taking a gap year at 19, so he's probably like 5. Yeah. Exactly. Get a lawyer, change his name while they're alive, and then change it back once they die. Yeah. There's nowhere where it says, like, just as long as it's not a condition that the name has to stay that, you know? I understand why Reddit put this one in as the asshole. You're the asshole, fuck that dude, but also you're kind of screwing your kid by not changing the name. That money is your child's future, and guess what? They'll probably want it regardless of your beef. If they find out, that could also wreck your relationship. Everyone's the asshole, get the bag. You can be honoring the grandparents that have been involved in your son's life, and ultimately your kid can change the name if they don't like it, but the money can allow your child to pursue their dreams without having to worry about the stress of loans or etc. Yeah, at least OP seems aware that they're making a decision based on emotion. Yeah. But also, like, I can't imagine being well off enough to deny my child generational wealth type of inheritance. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't imagine, like, she's a single mom, right? She didn't mention a boyfriend or anything, so we're going to assume single mother. I can't imagine being well off enough to turn down generational wealth type money. Even if it is for your kid and not for you. You know what I mean? The whole point is to make the future generation's life easier. And what's going to make it easier than having a giant motherfucking inheritance? You know? You know? Okay, a longer response here. I get where you're coming from in the sense that you aren't fond of him having a name that is tied to his dad, who didn't want anything to do with him. However, I just want to give you something to think about. His paternal grandparents did want a relationship with him and have helped out, so the last name is also tied to them, who do want him in their life. You are looking at we love typos. You're looking at this as if they will totally deny him an inheritance because of his last name, but they didn't say they would exclude him altogether. They said he would be the primary heir. Maybe that means without the last name, all the property will be sold and all money will be split with other family members, charities, etc. But if he has their last name, that all properties and most money would go to him, with little splitting of the money to anyone else. You think you can wait until he's 16, but that's 11-ish years away. What if something happens to them before then? Exactly my thought. How do you think your son will feel if he doesn't get this and finds out that he could have had generational wealth and never would have to worry about money, and all you had to do was simply change his last name? I mean, personally, if someone had told my mom I could get generational wealth as long as she named me dumbass hoe, and my mom didn't, and I found out, I would be mad that my mom didn't rename me. Lol. Yeah. You can always legally change it back with that amount of money. Absolutely. As someone who's changed their name, it's not very expensive. So, depending on how strong that legacy is, changing the son's name may buy him more privileges as well. True. He's not likely to forgive you when he finds out what he's missed out on. And for just a surname, yeah, his dad didn't want him, but his grandparents want to involve him as a primary heir. This is a grand move on their part and could change your son's life. You're playing chicken with the grandparents' longevity. That's my first thought. Was what if they don't make it till he's 16? He's not even 6 yet. You're the asshole. What happens if the grandparents pass away before your son turns 16 and can't decide? He could lose a very generous inheritance because of your resentment of his father. His grandparents have been kind to you, to both you, your son, and you. Do this for your son. Yeah. Also, it's not really fair to hold it against the dad for not being part of the son's life when you were traveling out of the country and had a fling and got pregnant. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he did fight paying child support, but he has been paying child support. You know what I mean? It's not fair to be like, because this wasn't like a partner that you had, like a long-term partner. It was someone you met while traveling, right? So, you know what I mean? Like a one-night stand situation where you later chose to keep the baby isn't on the person you had a one-night stand with necessarily, in my opinion. You know? Plot twist, grandparents' name is Bezos, right? If they have that kind of money to throw around on presumably American college tuition and not even blink, we're talking about a substantial amount of money here, like college debt free, solid down payment on a house, and more kind of money. That's the kind of inheritance that ends in illions. For that money, I would skip bare-ass naked to the courthouse while singing their favorite song and change my name to Chicken Little Laid an Egg. Exactly. I agree. I just think as someone who is in their early 20s who is struggling to make ends meet, if I found out that I could have not had to be dealing with this and suffering with like living paycheck to paycheck and the stress that that comes with, if my parents had just changed my last name, I would also be pissed off personally. Even if I could understand the emotional side of it, at the end of the day, your kid's not going to notice a difference with their last name being different. Like, there are plenty of kids out there who don't have the same last name as the parent that is raising them for a variety of reasons. And I just think it's really stupid, especially because a lot of times people's last names change when they get married anyways, especially since there's not really a expectation or as strict of an expectation that the woman has to change her last name when she gets married. It's a lot more common to see men taking women's last names, and in queer relationships, there's a lot of name fusion and stuff like that. So the last name's gonna fucking change again anyways, more than likely. Plus, like so many have said, including Jarek, you could just change his name back once they die. Like, after he's got the inheritance, and all the paperwork is done, and the money is yours, you could change his name back. Seems worth it to me for generational wealth inheritance, as you have described it. Yeah, you're the asshole. I don't even think you're stupid. I don't even think you're an asshole. I just think you're fucking dumb, personally. I just think you're stupid. My hands are so fucking dry. Hold on. It's really distracting how dry my hands are. Give me a moment. Some very ancient solution. Smells good though. Yeah, I also like the point on that last post that a lot of people made, in that she was trying to say that she didn't want to change his last name because the dad wasn't involved. Meanwhile, she'd spent 2 paragraphs talking about how involved the grandparents were, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me, her reasoning there. doesn't really line up to me. Alrighty. Next one. I got Zelda peeping over my shoulder. Okay. Am I the asshole for thinking my wife overreacted when an elderly lady touched our child? Hey Reddit, I need a tiebreaker vote here on our family and friends. Our family and friends are divided here. My wife and I went shopping. I went to a different aisle to get some jerky, and I heard my wife scream, "Help!" So I ran over. She was freaking out because an elderly woman hugged our son. You can tell the woman was harmless. The woman's son came along and profusely apologized, stating that she had dementia and she meant no harm, and that she tends to view every child as her child. I said it was okay, and I myself apologized for my wife's overreaction. During this time, I was not paying attention, and my wife called 911 and called over security, and it became a huge mess for all parties because my wife was not letting the issue go. You could also tell the son was extremely embarrassed, as was I. I was trying to relax my wife, but she was going on a complete meltdown rage, saying that his mother should be in a home if she cannot keep her hands to herself. What if she got our kid sick, tried to kidnap him, got combative, and hurt him? All of which I agree are possible outcomes, but I told her none of that happens, so let's just leave it. Security states the wife called the police. We had to wait for them to show up so they can file a report as per the store policy. About 25 minutes later, police showed up and asked what happened, and my wife explained everything. You can tell the police were like, "What the fuck is wrong with this woman?" I felt nothing but disappointment. The police took the statement and started laughing as they left, gave the son of the elderly mom a fist bump, and said sorry. My wife was upset I did not have her side. She was upset how I took the side of the son instead of her. I explained his mom was clearly sick. It was a harmless gesture, and explained that she was the one who acted unreasonably. I did acknowledge her concerns, but nothing bad happened. We could have just let it slide and went on with our day. She told me I failed as a husband, so we ran the story by our family and friends. It's a 50-50 split, so my brother-in-law said this would be a funny story for Am I the Asshole. He frequents the subreddit, so Reddit, was I the asshole? I forgot to add that our kid is 19 months old. Okay, so you couldn't even, like, ask the kid if the kid was comfortable because the kid's so young. I was like, if this was, like, a teenager or even, like, an 8 or 9-year-old, you could be like, are you good? You feel safe? Like, are you okay? You know? But the kid's 19 months old, so talking probably isn't going to be a strong suit yet. First and foremost, thanks. Secondly, I just noticed I put overrated instead of overreacted. At this point, I will see myself out. As a couple of posters suggested, I asked my wife if she wants to share her side. At this point, I'm going to drop it. But if she wants to keep the civil war going on, that's on her. I will take the criticisms and feedback to heart. Been a fun read, though. Back to my main and looking at BG3 subreddit. Okay. Not the asshole, good lord. Your wife's initial concern was justified, but after the situation was explained and an apology was offered, she should have dropped it. There was no reason to call 911 or even store security. You didn't fail as a husband. You were acting rationally. Yeah. Yeah, what was she expecting the police to do? Arrest an elderly woman with dementia for hugging a child? Yeah. Not the asshole. It was fine for your wife to yell for help and get upset when it first happened. Calling 911 and continuing to make a huge deal out of it after the son explained the dementia was out of line and definitely a huge overreaction. Yeah. Not the asshole. While your wife does have a point, I don't know how old your kid is, but that's a little traumatic to have some strange woman come grab you. It's scary for a little kid. The son should be a little more careful with his mom. What if she grabbed a kid with special needs and the kid hurt her or themselves? I do think, though, he apologized, explained the situation, and nothing else bad happened. Calling 911 was too far. I think if your wife felt strongly about reporting it, tell the store manager that's it. Yeah. I spoke with him while waiting. It was a split-second thing. As he said, she acts like a toddler at times, always tries to touch stuff, and it's hard because it's not like he can just put her in a cart. You can always tell he's trying his best. Yeah. Not the asshole, get your wife a therapist. That's a way overboard reaction. Yeah. Panicking, I can understand. Calling 911 when the situation has been diffused and there was no longer a danger to the child. That is an asshole move. 911 is an emergency line. There was no emergency. Also, if you're in America, is she trying to get someone killed? There's absolutely no world where I would take your wife's side after she involved the police for such a shit reason. I hope in the future, once her health starts failing, she'd be fine with her children just dumping her in a home where she belongs, as per her claims. She shows an extreme lack of empathy. Also, how did she leave with a 1.5-year-old in such a situation where a helpless granny was able to take him and hug him without her being able to put a stop to it before it even happened? True. So funny. That's a funny story. Yeah, definitely the asshole for calling the police. I agree with all the comments, and that the initial, like, what the fuck, why are you touching my child, reaction makes sense. It's a stranger. But calling the cops is a step too far. As it usually is. In most situations, calling the cops is not an appropriate response. In the majority of situations, it's not an appropriate response to call the cops. I'm an asshole for not sharing my inheritance with the rest of my family, quote unquote family. Another inheritance story, exciting. Alrighty. My family situation is messy. I, 25 female, was engaged 4 years ago to my high school sweetheart. My fiance cheated on me with my sister, 28 female. We had never had a good relationship even as kids, so after I found out, I went scorched earth on both of them. She was, quote, so in love with my fiance, but he dumped her within 2 weeks and was back trying to get with me to forgive him. I didn't. My parents were initially on my side, but my sister had a nervous breakdown after she was dumped and was hospitalized. So they changed their tune to, it's over now, you can't be mad at her forever, so I dumped them too, and went to grad school on the other side of the country. Good for you, babe. Good for you. That's a completely valid reason to cut your family off, in my opinion. That's so funny, though. She fucked your fiance, and then got mad when he left her. I'll never understand people who get with someone who's in a relationship and then are shocked when that person also leaves them for a new relationship. Like, yeah, you wrecked a home with a home wrecker. Like, what are you doing? Like, they left someone else for you. What's stopping them from leaving you for someone else? They've done it once before. Like, my grandfather was livid with the whole thing, disowned my sister, and chewed out my parents. Sometimes it felt like he was the only one who was on my side and understood. I was able to get my job to let me work remotely and move back to take care of him when he got sick last fall, and I was devastated when he passed a couple of months ago. I had been in limited contact with my parents since I came back, mostly because I didn't want to be an obstacle to my dad seeing his grandfather, but with the understanding that any discussion of my sister or what happened would end that. It turns out that my grandfather left me virtually everything. He left enough for my father to cover a debt and some token stuff for a couple of other relatives, but he wrote letters for everyone and did a videotape with his attorney explaining what his intentions were. I knew that he had done well for himself, but he lived a pretty simple life, so I didn't realize how much money and assets he really had. I would give it all up to have my papal back, but even after taxes, it's a set for life type of money. Nice. My parents are pretty mad about it. One of the reasons stated for cutting them out was how disappointed my grandfather was with how they had treated me growing up versus my sister, and over the fiancé debacle. There were other reasons, but that's what they're fixated on. The will is pretty airtight, apparently, so my parents want me to quote, do the right thing and share it equally between me, them, and my sister. Their argument is that I don't need it, I make more than both of them combined, and this would allow them to retire. My sister is not doing great and can't hold a job, so this would ensure she has something for when my parents pass. I don't want to. My grandfather's wishes were crystal clear, and I also kind of don't feel like doing more than the minimum for any of them. They've been telling me that I'm being vindictive because of a mistake years ago. I can't deny there might be a little vindictiveness there. I don't want them to suffer necessarily, but I also don't want them to feel like they deserve my help. Nah, that's your money. Honestly, if he went to so much effort to make it clear that he wanted all of his shit to go to you, I feel like it would go against his will, literally, to give it to them. He made quite an effort to cut them out of his will and what he was passing on. you know? If I left all of my money to somebody and purposefully cut out other people because I didn't like them or didn't agree with them on things, and then the person that I left the money to just went ahead and gave it to him anyways, I'd be fucking pissed off. So no, not the asshole. That's your money, sis. That's your money. Not the asshole. I'm sorry your papa is gone. He sounds very loving and interesting by the way you speak about him. That said, set your family connections on fire and walk away. That's what he would have wanted, and he granted you the means to do so. Walk tall. You've earned this. Absolutely. I love that sentiment. It's what he would have wanted, and he granted you the means to do so. Yeah, he did. Yeah. The fact that it's enough money to, after taxes, be a set-for-life kind of money. Take the money and run, babe. Take the money and run. This is kind of how I feel about it. I feel like he left her that much so she'd hopefully never have to reach out to them and could just live her life. Not the asshole. Yeah. OP should not feel guilty for following her grandfather's wishes. He knew what he was doing. If anyone worries about her sister, just point out that sis can inherit everything from their parents someday, since OP has rightly distanced herself and has no need of it. True. Frankly, I'd consider it disrespectful of OP to ignore his wishes and give them money when he made it absolutely explicitly clear he did not want them to have it. I don't want to get haunted by a disappointed pawpaw. Exactly. True. She was the one helping him towards the end of his life, which, I mean, if it were me, I would really appreciate that and respect that. Like, if my grandkid, I only had one who made the effort and time to not only come by and help, but to move back from the other side of the country to live with me and care for me in my final years, like, that says a lot, you know? It says not only do you have a good relationship with that person, usually, anyways, if they're willing to move that far, you know, but that they still care about you and that they're a good person, at the very least, a good person to you. And I feel like that would mean a lot, you know, especially to someone who's lived such a long life, for the rest of the family to not really reach out to offer to help, but you uplifted your life, and moved it to the other side of the country for him. He clearly appreciated that, on top of whatever, grudges isn't the right word, but whatever grudges he might have towards the other family members, like, on top of that, you just gave him another reason to be like, yeah, this is the person I want to leave my stuff to. And honestly, good for you, sis. Nah, take the money and run. You don't owe nobody nothing. Indeed, my grandfather's wishes were crystal clear. Indeed, and your parents are, again, showing how awful they are by trying to emotionally manipulate you into going against those clear wishes. Your parents were free to patch up the relationship with you while your grandfather was alive. They didn't, and these are the consequences, not the asshole. I guarantee they don't actually even give a damn about mending the relationship anyway. They just want the money. Yep. Not the asshole. Don't share the money with your truly terrible family. They don't deserve it. Take a nice long vacation and cut them off completely. Yes. Not the asshole. If it isn't the consequences of their own actions coming back to bite them. If only any of them had cared about, quote, doing the right thing when your sister pulled her BS. It would be a disservice to your grandfather to ignore his expressly detailed and outlined wishes. You aren't being vindictive, it's literally what he wanted. Anything they are suffering from isn't yours to fix or carry for them. Yeah. Especially when they upended your life. Though, obviously, fiancé is to blame as well, not just your sister, but it takes two to tango, so. Not the asshole. He left it to you for a reason. I'm sorry everything you went through with your family. You may want to get a lawyer involved. Yeah. There's not really a need, yeah. The sister doesn't have any rights to the inheritance for her grandfather since he had living children, and Opie's father already received money from it. It would be extremely difficult to try to contest the will, yeah. Especially, yeah, because in the will he laid out what the other family members got very specifically, and then said, and everything else goes to OP. But I don't know shit about inheritance, so maybe a lawyer. A lawyer is always helpful in those situations anyways, and you have the money for one now, so. You know what? It's okay for you to feel a bit petty and vindictive. That incident with your sister was traumatizing for you, and the people who should have supported you took the side of the perpetrator. You're entitled to feel a bit smug that the offenders have received their just rewards as a consequence of their actions. Doesn't it make you wonder what your mother's response would have been if her husband had slept with her sister? We all know the answer, of course. You keep every single penny of that inheritance. Your papa felt so strongly about his choices that he took the time to make documentation to explain his decisions. You must honor that. My condolences on your loss. Big virtual hugs coming your way. I encourage you to block the three of them for your own mental and emotional health. Anything they want to say to you can be said to your attorney. Facts. Facts. This. Absolutely. It's beautiful. The cherry on top of that people aren't mentioning is that you were taking care of him when he died. Your parents, even knowing he had money they'd stand to inherit, couldn't be bothered. Of course, you're justified in cutting contact. I wouldn't say a single word to them without going through an attorney, not eternity. OP said, that never has set well with me. Their excuse was that they worked all the time and he could afford home health services. Papa didn't even need much, just someone to keep the house up, to get him to appointments and make sure he ate and was okay on bad days during his treatment. Even though I'm hurt that he's gone, I'm just really grateful I got to spend his last year with him, and I wasn't expecting to inherit more than his dog and a few keepsakes. You got a dog too? That's fucking awesome. Not only did she get an ass ton of money, but she also got the dog. Honestly, she's living my dream life. Sadly, none of my grandparents left me enough to leave me all of their inheritance, nor did they have the kind of money to set me up for life. So, well, my dad's parents might, but I literally haven't even heard from them since I came out. So, like, I sent them my coming out message and they never messaged me back, and I haven't heard from them since. So, you know. And then my mom's dad probably doesn't really, I don't think would have the money to leave, especially not my papa, the one that I call papa. I doubt has any money to even leave. I mean, he's got a house, so there's that. He's got house and property, but I don't think he'd have a big savings, you know. Especially not a set for life type inheritance thing going on. Dear God. Plus, my dad's parents would never, like, they've got 4 kids. Yeah. So it would probably be split between them anyways. But yeah, no, she's living my dream life, and good for her. I hope she takes the money, runs, and never talks to them ever again. Truly iconic. Ugh. Big block of text. Jesus Christ, it's gonna be a rough one. It's gonna be a rough one to read. God. All right, I'm gonna fuck up a lot probably doing this one. All right. Am I the asshole for telling my husband if he wants someone to stay home with our baby, he can do it? For context, I'm currently 29 weeks pregnant. My husband, 29 male, and I, 30 female, met in college and have been together for 8 years, married for 2. Our relationship has always been solid and progressive. My husband has never been much of a traditionalist, despite growing up in a very stereotypical family. He had 2 siblings and a stay-at-home mom. His dad worked. Up until recently, we've agreed on nearly everything, save for small things, except for small things, in our marriage and how to raise kids. However, 2 days ago, we were talking about baby stuff, and my husband started mentioning that he thought maybe one of us should stay home with the baby for a while, and not go back to work after our maternity or paternity leave is over. We both work in tech and make a good money and have great benefits. I get 20 weeks of leave after the baby is born. Ooh! And he gets 12. Ooh! We were trying to decide if we should stagger our leave so someone could be home with the baby until 6 months. The age where most places near us will start daycare. My husband said that he read that it's better for the baby to have a parent home for the first year. So I asked him, thinking nothing of it, if that's really something he'd consider, since he might have to quit his job. He asked why he would have to quit, since I obviously should be the one to stay home with the baby. I asked him if he was serious, and he said yes. The the mom should be the one to stay home. I said, how are we going to make that work on just his income? For context, I make about 3 times what my husband does. Oh, well, then yeah, he should stay home. The fuck? Kind of bullshit. It's never been an issue and never mattered to me. I just finished my master's earlier than he did. We both have them and went into a more specialized field. We both make good money, but it's my job primarily that pays for the lifestyle that we have. So I asked him what we were going to do for a year on a fourth of the income with a new baby. He got a little upset and said that I, quote, shouldn't even bring that up and that he makes good enough money to provide for us and I shouldn't, quote, question him. I got mad and said it wasn't realistic and it was silly for the person who made more money to quit their job, especially when he's the one who thinks someone should be with the baby extra time. I was fine with sending the baby to daycare starting at 6 months. She sounds right so far. The fight blew up from there, me saying he's being sexist and not considering my feelings at all. I refused to back down and he ended up taking off after I said he should be the stay-at-home parent if he wants one so bad. And him saying that he didn't deserve to be emasculated just for suggesting I should stay home like a, quote, good mom. I talked to some of my family and his family about it, and the answers are kind of split. So am I the asshole for bringing up pay disparity and telling him that unless he's the one to stay home, baby is going to daycare? No, you're not. He wants you to stay home, despite the fact you don't want to stay home. And despite the fact you make 3 times what he does. I think you're right. If he wants a stay-at-home parent, it's gotta be him. Update, I was reading through a ton of comments last night and got really nervous, wondering if maybe I was wrong about my husband being progressive. A lot of people were asking why we didn't talk about all this before we got pregnant, and the thing is, we did. We'd agreed on daycare for the people suggesting a nanny. I've been looking into it, but they are really difficult to find sometimes, because we both want to keep our jobs that we love. My husband has been acting weird and quiet since we fought, but this morning I finally sat him down and was basically like, what is going on? This doesn't seem like you. Some of the comments here got me thinking about what his family might be pressuring him to do, so I asked him about that and a ton of stuff came out. Ooh, juicy. He said he brought up the staggered leave to some people in his family at dinner a couple weeks ago. I wasn't there. And a few of them thought someone should stay home longer, and his brother laughed and made some jokes about my husband being a housewife / stay-at-home mom. His brother, 35, divorced, considers himself to be a man's man and has a lot of sexist views, so he's made jokes before about me being the breadwinner. After hearing this, my husband snapped a bit because some of his coworkers and his older brother have laid into him a bit about the fact that I make more money and have a better job title, calling him a, quote, trophy husband, and other dumb stuff like that. And it has made my husband feel insecure, so he lashed out a bit at me, and that's why we fought. He's admitted that he felt really bad about it, which is why he's kind of been avoiding me. We have now agreed to look into a counselor and more into a nanny service, and he has admitted that he doesn't mind the idea of taking a few unpaid months to stay home. He's just really worried about his brother and his friends' jokes. Thank you to everyone for helping me feel more confident to confront this. We are doing much better. Cool. Well, that's good. It's always nice when they have a happy ending. Also, it's good to know that your husband's not just secretly been a dick this whole time, but that he felt pressured from his family to not be a stay-at-home dad. The way I would be a stay-at-home dad instantaneously. You're telling me my wife brings in enough money for me to not have to work, and all I gotta do is stay at home and take care of the kids? Okay, I'm staying at home and taking care of the kids. Hello, the fuck? You know, not only do we have incredible children because, you know, they're my wife's kids, right? But I don't have to go home. I don't have to go out and work because she makes so much fucking money in this economy to pay for us. It couldn't be me. It couldn't be me. To be upset about that. About my wife being the breadwinner. Yeah, bitch. I got a woman who brings in hella money. The fuck? That is not something to be jealous of. That's something to be proud of, in my opinion. This rich ass lady picked me? The fuck? Not at all. He's being sexist, thinking that since you're a woman, it is your place to stay home. He's also sexist because he thinks the suggestion that he stays home is emasculating. If he is so progressive, that word would not have been uttered. He needs to wake up and smell the coffee, stand your ground, and make sure, and blah, blah, blah. He can't make you quit your job, so sign up for those wait lists, and good luck. Would he really go to counseling? If not, go yourself. I'm concerned this is just the tip of the iceberg of his real feelings, and you need to be prepared. I don't think we'll read too many of the comments since the update kind of closed the story out. Or the update kind of closed the story out. Since I assume the update came after all of these comments happened. You know. But no, clearly not the asshole. She's right. She's not obligated to quit her job, especially if they can afford daycare. And that's quite a lot of time off for leave. Especially the paternity leave. There's a lot of places that don't give any paternity leave. Though I know tech is usually... I think I've heard that the tech industry is usually a little bit better about giving time off for paternity and maternity leave, so... Hello, Stray. You've been here virtually, but now I see you are here physically. She did her time, 9 months of it. After that, yeah, it could be his turn. Right? Right? I've said so many times how I would absolutely become a stay-at-home dad if it was asked of me or if it was necessary. Or even if it wasn't necessary, but just would make life easier. And if my wife made enough money that we could afford to do that. And, you know, like, or if quite simply that, not even just because, oh God, I completely lost my train of thought. Like, if my wife, like, let's say, for example, let's just use Max as a fake wife, for example, because Max is a workaholic and could never be a stay-at-home parent. And not just because Max doesn't want kids, but because Max is a workaholic. So let's say I have a wife who is a workaholic like Max, and would never ever consider staying home with the kids as instead of having a job, right? Fine with me. If she wants to go to work and if she wants to make that cash, that is her right and her life. If we can afford it, I'll stay at home with the kids. If we can't afford it, I won't stay at home with the kids. Like, I don't understand. I mean, I do understand why it's such like an issue for some people because of the patriarchy and like the pressures that men tend to have put on them by the patriarchy to be the breadwinner and to be the one who is providing for the family. And maybe because I didn't grow up with that, maybe because I grew up a girl, maybe that's why I don't care as much. But I've always seen it as like, my partner makes so much money that I can stay home with the kids and I don't have to work, as like a win. Like, that's like, especially in the economy we live in now, like that is such a win. To be able to afford to be a stay-at-home parent is just wild, you know? It was a lot more common back when people were having 8, 9 kids for there to be a stay-at-home parent, and for that to be affordable. But that is not a thing. That is not a thing anymore. You can't afford that shit anymore. It's very expensive, and everything costs way too much now. So, yeah. I can't imagine being... Like, I can imagine being jealous, I guess. I've definitely been jealous of how much my partner makes. Back when Max and I were together, and Max was making well more than I was a little jealous just because Max had more spending money. But not because Max was the... like, but no, it wasn't, like, a gender-based thing. You know, it was just like it'd be nice to have that kind of money type jealousy, you know? But, like I said, I ain't got no qualms with not going to work, you know? If I gotta stay home, cook and clean, take care of the kids or the dogs or whatever, and that's all my wife asks of me, it will be the prettiest goddamn apartment or house you have ever fucking seen in your life. It will be spotless. You could eat off the floor at literally any point in time. You know what I mean? Like, those TikToks that the TikTok memes of, like, some, like, a wife, like, a woman hitting a punching bag super fucking hard, and then it hard cuts to some guy, like, hyper cleaning everything, you know? Like, those things always crack me up because it's so fucking true. Like, she wouldn't even have to ask me twice. You know what I mean? Oh, you make enough for both of us for me to stay home and not work? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, being a stay-at-home husband would be far easier than the job I currently work. Even if there were kids involved. Like, yeah, kids are a lot of work, but I don't have to be on my feet for 12 hours at a time on a concrete floor in a warehouse with no AC or minimal AC. You know what I mean? Like, I'm at home where I control the temperature. You know? Especially when the kids are still, like, little, and they spend most of their time sleeping, you know? Exactly. And especially, I think that's the perk of having 2 kids, is once they get old enough, they can entertain each other. Whereas if you've only got 1 kid, it's always on you to entertain the child. But if there's 2 of them, they can go play together. Makes your life easier. Especially if they're similar in age. Didn't work well for your mom. Having multiple kids. I led my little brother into danger. Well, yeah, that's always a risk. That's always a risk. But y'all were busy. Y'all were busy. I love how these ones have kind of been relevant to one another. We've had multiple inheritance ones, and now we've got another one about income. I just picked out random ones. I didn't like read the story. I just picked them based on the titles. I was a climb everything kind of child, and he followed me everywhere like a puppy. Maybe someone should have kept an eye on that. Yeah, probably. Yeah. When you have a climber as a kid, I was that kid. It's good to keep an eye on them so that they don't hurt themselves, or when they do hurt themselves, you can attend to that. Especially if they have a smaller sibling to lead around into danger. Didn't get hurt. Climbed 3 stories of scaffolding once, though. I can just imagine it. Alrighty, next one. Am I the asshole for shaming my alpha male boyfriend about his job? About a year ago, I, 19, moved to the US for university. In my first week there, I met my now 21 male boyfriend. However, 6 months ago, he dropped out to start a drop shipping business. He was a sociology major for context. I tried to persuade him to stay in school for a backup plan, but he explained to me that the drop shipping market is huge, and he'll make more money than he would if he got his degree. He's allowed to make that decision. You know? It's a stupid decision, but he's allowed to make it. He just has to suffer the consequences when that inevitably doesn't work out. A while ago, I got a waitressing job at a very popular food chain. If I say the name, it's likely a lot of people would know it. And for context, my work is the first location in the chain. I won't lie, I make minimum wage, but decent with the tipping. My boyfriend's business actually makes decent money. You make minimum wage with tips? At a waitressing job? You don't get paid waitress wage, you get paid actual minimum wage plus tips? That's good money. My boyfriend's business actually makes decent money, around $3,000 to $4,000 a month. This sounds good, but he has a terrible attitude and thinks everyone still in school has a job paying less than him or doesn't own their own business is inferior. He also considers himself an alpha male and continuously watches business lessons on YouTube Shorts. The way you should break up with this man. Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say that straight. Anyone who calls themselves an alpha male doesn't deserve a girlfriend. I'm sorry. That's a red flag on its own. That calling yourself that non-ironically is a red flag in and of itself. If it's not a joke, then it's a red flag. Yesterday we got into a fight. It all started when I got home from work and was going to tell him about how we got a surprise visit from a worker at our restaurant and how we got along so well. The first thing he said was, how old is she? What's her salary? Must be $7.50 an hour. I told him that she was around my grandmother's age, and he started berating her for still working at her age, and how she still doesn't have enough money to retire. I was getting really irritated at him and decided to tell him the rest of the story about her. Her and her husband founded the chain. They're probably multimillionaires. They've earned more than you will probably ever make with your business. I definitely said more, but I can't remember what exactly. I think he started crying because he stopped talking and locked himself in the bathroom. The last thing he said to me was, can you actually stop shaming me? My job pays for our rent. I feel so horrible about what I said, but I just thought he needed to understand that making fun of people's jobs is terrible. I also understand that I do live with him, and his job definitely lets us live more comfortably than the average people our age. He's so alpha that he started crying when you made fun of his income. Yeah, that's so alpha of him. What a little bitch baby. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's so funny. Alpha really means mom friend. You're not wrong. Not the asshole. Do you really want to be involved in a long-term relationship with someone who feels the need to put everyone else down in order to feel good about himself? He's already turning that attitude on you since you make less money than him. It's only going to get worse. If you want a happy partnership, look for a man who's capable of respecting other people and regarding them with kindness. Yeah, the alpha male started crying and locked himself in the bathroom. Priceless. Exactly. Sounds about right. I met a female friend's boyfriend who kept referring to himself as an alpha male. After a glass of whiskey, he would do nothing but cry. Off the drink, he was the most condescending asshat I have known for a while, eventually cheating on female friend. Note, there is no such thing as an alpha male. Even the guy who coined it when writing about wolves way back in the 70s or 80s immediately retracted it once his paper was published. He spent the rest of his career trying to disprove it. Also, if you subscribe to this alpha male, a cover of being a selfish asshole nonsense, then the very act of having to tell everyone you're an alpha male means you aren't one. Exactly. If you're truly, like, a Chad, or a strong leader, or a confident man, if you're confident, you don't have to tell people that you're confident. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a requirement to say it out loud because people will know by interacting with you that you're confident in yourself. That is essentially the same concept, if not the same exact thing, as being a alpha male. You know, whatever the fuck that even means. You know, if you're truly that, you don't gotta tell anybody. You know what I mean? If you're the head of the household, you don't have to tell anyone that because it's obvious by the way you behave. You know what I mean? We already knew his ass was fragile because he needed to call himself that in the first place to feel cool. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Not the asshole. You're leaning what kind of... You're learning. Fucking these typos are just fucking me up. Not the asshole. You're learning what kind of person he is. The kind who looks down on everyone who doesn't want what he wants out of life. Plus, any guy who thinks he's alpha male is a walking red flag. See, I told you, that's what I said. Doubt you're compatible as you seem to be open to people in the world, whereas he's just shitting on it to make himself look better. Yep. Not the asshole. Your boyfriend sounds like a judgmental and insufferable asshole. Yeah. Let's get this straight. He shames people because he thinks he's a successful alpha male. You shame him because he's a pretentious dick. And then he shames you back because his business is paying the rent. Lots of shaming going around. Not the asshole. Someone who disses other people shouldn't be that sensitive. Don't dish it out if you can't take it. Exactly. And don't run to the bathroom and cry about it when you're called out. But, alpha male. Oh, that's so funny. That's funny. We love to see it. This isn't the last post. This is just the last one I opened. Alright, am I the asshole? I told my daughter not to bother applying for college. Reddit has deemed this person the asshole, but we will figure this out for ourselves. This is a throwaway account. I am a 35-year-old female, and I have a 16-year-old daughter. My daughter has a late birthday, early mid-December, so she is going into her senior year of high school. That's not how that sentence should go, but okay. She is a very smart girl, and I'm proud of what she's accomplished, but she's also young and naive in a lot of ways. She's easily manipulated, she doesn't pay much attention to her surroundings, she can't stand up for herself, she constantly still calls or texts myself and her father for help with things. She's 16. Yeah, you just described a 16-year-old. What are you talking about? The majority of 16-year-olds are easily manipulated and don't pay much attention to their surroundings and can't stand up for themselves and call their parents for help. You just described a 16-year-old. I understand why this person has been deemed the asshole, and we've not even gotten to the fucking point yet. Alright, more recently, I've also been concerned about her doing dangerous things or submitting to peer pressure from her friends. I've met them, and they are not good kids. I've told her to stop talking to them, but she refuses and tries to go behind my back. Sorry. For these reasons, amongst others, her father and I have decided that we are not going to let her go off to college as long as she's a minor under our care. This means that she won't be going in fall of 2024 because she doesn't turn 18 until that December. I am not trying to stifle her, but I do want her to be safe. She was recently talking about starting to fill out college applications, and I told her not to bother. I explained that we weren't letting her go until she's old enough to make that decision for herself. She started crying and yelling at me, but I refused to budge. I don't think I'm being unreasonable, and honestly her reaction is more evidence of immaturity. But apparently she texted her aunt, who has been calling me an asshole. Am I the asshole? Yes, you're the asshole. Yeah, exactly, Stray. Exactly. But also, the only reason that you're having to wait until 2024 is because she has a late birthday. Which, if you think about it, is your fucking fault. You're the one who got pregnant halfway through the year. So it's not really her fault that she has a December birthday. I also have a late birthday, so I graduated high school at 17. So it's not her fault she's not 18 yet. You know, it's not fair to hold her back to going to college at the same time as her friends because she has a late birthday. That for real has nothing to do with college applications. She won't be less vulnerable at 18. That too. 17 and 18 are not different. People seem to think that I will not allow her to go to college at all. I'm absolutely willing to let her go to college when she's 18, and we will pay for it wherever she wants to go. We have the means. She's still the asshole. How does infantilizing her help her learn to be independent? How does stifling her help her development? You're the asshole. Yeah. Especially if you called her like that, she won't get the real world experience to mature in the first place. That too. Why isn't she more independent? That's usually the parent's job to ensure that. I also had a December birthday as well and started college at 17 and it was fine. But my parents also had taught me how to make decisions and be independent. True. Jimmy! Jimmy has arrived. Glad you are home safe. And I'm sure you're glad to be home. You're the asshole. I have a late birthday as well, and was very naive in high school. College is what made me mature and into the young adult I am now. What I can't get over is the way you discuss her calling you and your husband as if it's bothersome. I call my parents at least 2 times a day just to hear their voices because I love them and miss them. Could not relate less. It sounds like you can barely even stand your daughter. At the rate you're going, she's going to apply behind your back and never speak to either of you again. And good for her if she does. Reevaluate your way of thinking and try to have some faith in your child. 11 hours of traveling. Dear God. Someone who's done that recently. It's not fun. It's not fun. It's a long... Well, at least you got to travel on a train, so you weren't driving for like, all of it. So you didn't have... You could, like, sleep and stuff like that. But traveling in general is just exhausting, even if you're not the one driving, you know? I don't think a lot of parents understand that when they don't have faith in their kids don't develop properly in the self-esteem department. Yep. You're the asshole. Stop helicopter parenting your daughter. A few months more at home won't make her more mature. College will. Especially not this home where she apparently isn't allowed to make decisions for herself, but somehow that's her own personal failing and not the failing of her shit parents. Yeah. She can't stand up for herself. I've told her to stop talking to them, but she refuses and tries to go behind my back. I like that you think people can't see right through you. Yeah. You're the asshole, and your reasoning for her not being able to is bullshit at best. Yeah. This is a pretty easy, you're the asshole. God, my eyes are so tired and dry. Oh. I feel like I could easily fall back asleep if I went and lay down right now. I really do. Especially since I have a bedroom now. Woo! I couldn't be more happy about that. I really couldn't. And now that I've got the bedroom set up, I can finally start hanging shit up on the walls. Which I have started to do. I hung up this other poster. There's a poster on that wall over there. That's off camera. And I hung up a couple in the bedroom. I didn't hang up a lot because I'm still not sure where I want everything to go. I want to buy a couple more posters. That I know where I want to put them. But I went to go buy them, and if you buy them as a set, they're cheaper. They're two like posters that kind of work together. But one of them is sold out, and the other one isn't. And I don't want to pay full price. I'd rather just get the discounted price by buying both at once. So I got to wait for them to restock that. And then it was funny because I was like, I don't even remember what all posters are even in here because I haven't looked at them since before the move. Because they've been safely packaged away where I can't fuck them up and rip them or anything. And I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I had this. Of course, I've got the vinyls that I bought that I need to find a spot to hang up at. I'm not sure where I'm going to put them. I think I'm going to put them in the living room, but I'm just not sure which wall because there's a lot of wall space in here. Like I could put them up there behind the desk. I can hang them up above the TV. I can hang them over in the kitchen. I can hang them behind the couch, like on the wall up above the couch. Like there are so many different places I could put them in here. There's a lot of wall space in the living room area and the kitchen area. Which is why I didn't do too much last night because I'm still not sure where I want everything to go. I did hang up a couple in the bedroom, like I said, that I was like, oh, this is the perfect spot for this. This has to go here, you know. But like I've also still got the other Zelda one that's off camera, the Breath of the Wild poster, and I'm not sure where I'm going to put it. I might also just hang it up behind me. I don't know. I haven't decided yet what I want. I don't know how when I hung those Zelda poster that's behind me up last night, it was not crooked. But it is now. It is now crooked. I don't understand. Like looking at it now, it very clearly is crooked, and I don't know how that happened because it wasn't crooked when I hung it up last night. whatever. We've got a lot of assholes, and everyone sucks here towards, like, the further down I scroll, we have a lot of assholes. Did you want a paragraph of my journey? Sure, of course. You already had it typed out, I see. Planned to set off at 11:30 a.m. Ended up waiting until 12:30 for a bus replacement. Then the train was 10 minutes delayed. Then halfway through that journey, the train in front of us hit a tree. Holy shit, how'd they do that? So that delayed us whilst they were checking. Then a freight train in front of that had issues, so it blocked the lines. That meant that a new stop was added to our train so we could transfer. The rest of that planned train journey was more or less scrapped, and they only planned to stop at 4 of 9 stops. After we got our train, that was then 10 minutes delayed, which we had to wait another 10, which meant we had to wait another 10. Then we had to switch from the rear of the train to the front of the train because only half was continuing. The train was then 20 minutes delayed, so we had to carry on to the next station to catch a train back to our destination. So officially, I was traveling from 12:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Yikes! So you were traveling overnight. Is that correct? Or did you mean 12:30? Or did you mean 9:30 a.m.? Oh, okay. Oh, right. Sorry. I'm tired, as you can tell. My brain was like, what? I think just my brain got confused with the 12:30 p.m. Because it would be noon 30 is noon 30. Man, I don't know why that throws my brain off. Maybe because I'm never awake at that hour. But I just don't like that PM starts at 12 and not 1. I think that's stupid. I think it should be still 12 a.m. and then it changes to 1 p.m. and then we stay in PM until you know. Well, I've called it noon 30 before just because sometimes my brain doesn't immediately remember if it's AM or PM for some reason, even though but since I'm never awake at noon anymore, it's not as relevant, so I don't use it as often. I'm only ever awake at midnight, so midday. Yeah, I think noon is more of I think noon is more of an American-esque term. I don't think it's I don't hear midday here very often to mean noon anyways. I hear midday here occasionally as in like the middle of the day, but not meaning like noon specifically. Quarter past and quarter to. Yeah, we use that here sometimes, but it's usually like a quarter till is usually something you'll hear here. 10 to 5. Yeah, we got those here too. But the way you all say like what is it? Is I think I've heard it more from Scottish people. But the British do it too. Where it's like what is it? Oh, my brain just fucking blanked. something that we don't really say here that's time related. What is it? My brain just stopped working. Fuck. I'm not sure, but like we do like half past and quarter past here. But it's just, you don't hear it as common as someone saying like 10:15 instead of quarter past 10, or you hear 10:30 instead of half past 10. More often you'll hear 10:30. Someone will just say 10:30 instead of half past 10. Yeah, I think things like that, like using words to describe what time it is instead of numbers, I think is less common here. Half 10, that's what it is. Thank you, Rot. Yeah, we don't say it like that. Half 10, half 9, we don't say that here. We would say 10:30 or half past 10, not just half 10. Thank you, Rod. Thank you for reading my mind. I appreciate that. Also, welcome to stream. Thank you for reading my mind, because my mind was not reading itself. I could not pull it up. Yeah, half past 5, or half till 5, half 5. Like, what the fuck is that? It's half 5, half of 5, or 5 and a half. Huh? You know? Just say 5:30. Just say it's 5:30 or 4:30. Just say the time. Quarter till also is fine, but you have to say what is a quarter till. Like if I ask you the time and you say quarter till, I don't fucking know what that means. It could be a quarter to 1, or it could be a quarter to 10. I don't know. You know, like I ask for the time. Give me numbers. Give me all of the numbers. If I say what time is it, and you say 8 till, and not 4:52, it's not helpful. Yes, always say 30 if you say half. Yeah. Just say it's 4:30. Just say it's 4:30. Yeah. I need to know the hour. Especially when I'm at work and I ask what time it is. Bitch, I'm at work for 12 hours. I need to know the hour number. Give me the hour number. I have been here for 6 hours. I need to know the time. Tell me the time, not how far into the hour we are. Like, this is why I just wear a watch instead of asking dumbasses what time it is. Which is why I really hope my Fitbit's not at its end, because I really don't have the money to buy a new Fitbit or watch right now. And I don't want to have to wear some cheap old watch that you can get for $10 at Walmart. But I'm also not going to buy, like, a smartwatch right now. You know? But at work, we're not really supposed to have our phones out at work, so I can't just pull my phone out to check the time. And we don't really have wall clocks in the warehouse where you can see them. You have to be in a break room to see the wall clocks. Though I am usually on a computer, so I have that at least, because the computer says the time, but I'm not always at that computer, so, you know, it's nice to just have it on my wrist. I never really use my smartwatch. Yeah, I don't think I would ever use mine either, which is why I don't bother with one. Which is why I've not bothered with one so far, especially, because the Google smartwatch is like $400 fucking dollars, $300 fucking dollars. It's way too expensive. Like even the Apple Watch isn't that fucking expensive. Is it? Did I just lie? I know I'm gonna get fucking answers now. No, the Apple Watch is cheaper. Yeah. The Google smartwatch is $300+ unless it's on sale, which it's currently on sale. Usually it's $350. Right now it's on sale for $290. That's too expensive. Which is why I've had the same Fitbit for so long. I would probably just buy another Fitbit, to be honest. Even though I don't really use it for exercise, I really just use it for the time. You can get one for pretty cheap. Yeah, you can get a Fitbit for like $20 if you look for the right spot. Like, I literally just found one for $20. Fitness tracker with blood pressure, heart rate, sleep monitor, temperature monitor, blah, 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 blah. It's not an official Fitbit, but it's a fucking watch. A smartwatch that's the same size as the one I have currently for $20. Yeah, exactly. Apple Watch is useless if you don't have an iPhone. Which is why if I was going to buy a smartwatch, I would buy the Google one because I have a Google phone, so it makes sense to have the Google smartwatch. They'll pair better and work better together. But, you know. But there's no need to shop for one until this one actually dies. And I just think I plugged it in wrong last night. That makes the most sense to me. Google bought Fitbits. True. They did. Which is why you're able to use Fitbit apps on the Google smartwatch. Like, pretty seamlessly. Man, if we get Christian here, we'll have the whole trifecta around. Because Jarek's here, Jimmy's here, Stray's here, and Rot is here. We just need Christian, then we'll have the whole gang. There's someone else here whose name I don't know, but I can't tell who it is because there's so many bots in the chat right now. Like, in the chat list, there's so many bots. I'm not sure who the fifth person is. Yeah, Jarek's here. Allegedly. He might have fallen asleep at this point. I don't know. He still says he's here in the users and chat list. So, he was chit-chatting earlier. And then Stray kind of came in and was doing the talking, and it's possible that... well, I think he kind of died before that, not gonna lie. It was just me and Jarek, and then Jarek didn't chat for a while, and then... But I kept on going. And then Stray showed up and was chit-chatting. And then Rot popped in and dropped a comment after you got here. And that's where we're at now. Yeah, do you see this list? Are you looking at it? It is so long. Like, I have to scroll down. There are so many bots in the chat. Doing nothing. Just idling there. They're not counting as views. And they're not posting any spam. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. At least one of them is a person, though, because I've got 5 viewers allegedly, but only 4 of you that I can account for. So somewhere in that list is a real person, or at least someone who counts as enough of a person to count as a view. Norwegian Girl _ has been listed in this chat list for a minute, at least the past week. But I don't, that doesn't mean they're a person. They could still be a bot. Because we have bots that come and sit in that chat for a while. My eyes are tired, but I'm not like falling asleep or anything, so we're just gonna keep on checking. Because we have at least another hour. At least. I will be streaming tonight though. So we'll be doing Mortuary Assistant tonight. I need to make sure that's updated. I think it updated last time I had Steam open. But yeah, Rot and I dealt with a couple of interesting characters the other night. We had, I think, I've gained 4 followers in the past, 5 followers in the past couple days. 3 of which have been art requesters, where they've come in and asked me for their art. One was a troll, and the other one hasn't really said anything yet. I got one 5 hours ago. So, it's been interesting. What? Why did Steam sign me out? I don't know my login. I don't know my login. The fuck? It always cracks me up when I see how do I do this? Hold on. Where do I go to scan the QR code? Oh, it still says I live in Tennessee. That's funny. Oh, found it. I've never used that before. Okay, so that leaves us with only a few. Nice. Thank you for the cleanse. I appreciate it. Okay, yes. Mortuary Assistant is fully updated. Dope. I was pretty sure it had updated not that long ago, so last time I had Steam open for an extended period of time. Oh, we went up one more. No idea who though. All right, let's go back to reading some posts. Actually, I think I'm just gonna move this to here. Hold on. Let me move my Steam Deck again. I think I'm permanently gonna set it here, actually. And then we can put the phone charger on the other side where it's not in my way. There we go. So the Steam Deck is now reachable. Plus the Steam Deck doesn't block the screen, unlike the phone charger, which stands up a bit taller. Voila. Beautiful. Okie dokie. Back to Reddit. Alright. Am I the asshole for not letting my son's boyfriend come on vacation with us unless he pays his own way, even though I'm paying for everyone else? I feel like we've read this one before, but we're gonna read it anyways. For a summer vacation this year, I went all out. I rented a houseboat for 5 days. It cost about $22,000. Jesus goddamn motherfucking Christ. For one vacation. Dear God. Okay. We're celebrating my wife's 50th birthday and our 30th anniversary. It's a huge houseboat, and we have been planning this for a while. All the kids are coming and bringing their SOs and family. I am flying my son and his wife over from the Philippines for this. The music stopped. It's too quiet. Okay. I'm flying my son and his wife over from the Philippines for this. My youngest son attends university on the East Coast, and he has a new person in his life every few weeks. He is staying out there for the summer, but I am also flying him in for the party. He wants me to pay for his new boyfriend to come. This is news to me because when he last spoke to me in July, he had a girlfriend. He changes partners more often than he does laundry. Okay. I said his boyfriend was more than welcome to join us, but that he would have to pay for his own flight. The girl he was dating wasn't going to come because she felt awkward being at a family party after only dating for a month, so I wasn't going to buy her a ticket. My son says that I'm being homophobic and that I'm the asshole for not bringing his boyfriend out. I pointed out that his sister and her wife of 2 years would be there. He hung up and called his mom. She thinks I should just pay. I probably will to keep the peace, but I think it is stupid to pay for a vacation for a kid I will never see again, and he's going to be in family pictures forever. That's fair. That last bit's fair. Not the asshole. This has nothing to do with him being a guy. It's about him only being with this person for a month. Who in their right mind would expect a person to pay for a vacation for a complete stranger? Yeah. Even if he didn't cycle through partners at a decent rate, I still think bringing someone you've only been with for like a month on a family vacation is really weird. Like, even if like that's something you want to do, even if you want to bring them with you, like, that's fine. I get that. Like, you're still, like, you're very much in that early honeymoon phase when you're a month in. But to bring them on a massive family vacation like this one, it's not just some casual, like, family trip to an amusement park or something. It's a very massive family get-together, essentially. It's a little weird to do that early in a relationship, in my opinion. Not the asshole. Your son has a series of fuck buddies, and this guy is the latest one. The fact that your son jumped right to the overplayed and inaccurate homophobia claim proves that he's just an entitled jerk. Don't pay for the guy's ticket. Not the asshole. It sounds like you've never met. It's super rude for him to expect you to pay without even an introduction. Yeah, that's fair. Personally, I wouldn't want to be trapped in a boat with someone none of the rest of the family knows very well, whether they pay or not. 1 month is not long enough to take a family vacation together. I think your son's expectations are unrealistic and unreasonable. You might also consider that if absence makes the heart grow fonder, presence in a small stateroom on the family vacay may just be the heart killer. Yeah, maybe suggest son take a good friend so he still has someone to hang out with. Yeah, like a friend that you've been friends with for a long time. That makes more sense. I've gone on family vacations with my best friend before, but I've known her my whole fucking life, so we're basically, siblings. Not the asshole. Pretty cleanly, not the asshole. Scroll these down, because I don't like how bright the header is. There we go. All right. Am I the asshole for blaming my sister when I got nothing for my birthday? I'm a 17-year-old female. My sister Jillian is a 34-year-old female. She was rather rebellious as a teenager and essentially pissed her life down the drain, so as a result, my parents are extra strict with me, despite the fact that I've never even given them a reason to be. I'm grounded until Christmas with a review at Halloween because I was 20 minutes late home last month. The reason I was late home was because my friend's mom was driving me and stopped to run into a shop, then refused to explain to my parents why I was late home, and accused me of being dramatic. Anyways, yesterday was my birthday. My parents asked 2 weeks beforehand what I wanted, and told me a week beforehand that they'd gotten it for me. On Wednesday, I'd forgotten to wash out a tin of Heinz and made myself a tin of Heinz I'd made myself before throwing it in the bin, so clearly I am the devil child. This led to my parents discarding the item that they had bought for me for my birthday and using this as punishment the next day by surprising me with nothing in front of Jillian. This was my breaking point, and I lashed out, shouting at Jillian because it realistically is her fault. I can't do anything or go anywhere. She's why I'm always grounded, and if I could have kept a fucking note out of her nose... If I could have kept a fucking note out of her nose at 16, then I wouldn't in this position. I told my parents they're awful people who couldn't raise their first child right, so now they're taking it out on me. Long story short, Jillian left crying, and now I'm grounded until Easter. My parents are mad, and my dad is refusing to speak to or eat with me until I get my act sorted out. I made the situation worse by telling him he's a prick. Am I the asshole? Edit, I'm not my sister's child. I've literally seen the video of me being born, and I have a genetic disorder that's pretty rare. So the idea that my parents and then my sister at some random dude all being carriers is highly unlikely. Funny that that's something Reddit would jump to, though. That kind of tracks. And that's something Reddit would jump to. I have thoughts, but I'm trying to organize them a little bit before they just come spilling out of my mouth. Well, one thing is, you're 17, and you just had a birthday. So you only had to put up with this shit for another year. And then you can leave and cut them off. Which sounds like is most likely what's going to happen. Since it seems like your parents have always been assholes like this. Like being super, super duper strict. Yeah. I technically grew up with strict parents. Not to this degree of insanity, but it's funny because my best friend's name is Jillian. The one I had growing up, her name is Jillian. And she grew up with what I would describe as not strict parents, but good parents. Her parents were far less strict than mine, far more trusting than mine, which I think led to the being less strict because they trusted their kids more to make smart decisions and be safe with things. Jillian commented on a TikTok the other day and was like, "Oh, this is your parents talking to my parents," and it was a TikTok skit of someone like being like, "Yeah, telling their mom they need to talk to their friend's mom before they can stay over." And it was a back and forth exchange of the strict parent asking all these ridiculous questions and the not strict parent being like, "Oh yeah, totally, yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely," you know. And I was like, "Yeah, kinda." Even though mine were not this crazy, to my memory at least not with me. They certainly weren't with my sister. Yeah, this is a good way to make your kids never want to talk to you ever again, is by treating them like this when they're kids, when they're a teen, especially. I wonder if someone in the comments, oh my god, will say this well for me. 8+ months of grounding for being 20 minutes late and being overwhelmed and upset due to circumstances outside of your control that suffocate you, not the asshole. As a former child in a home similar to yours, I highly suggest you look into emancipation. Fair. I can't imagine what made their older daughter turn to drugs. This led to my parents discarding the item they had bought for me on my birthday and using that as a punishment. I am now grounded until Easter. My dad is refusing to speak or eat with me. Quote, I told my parents they're awful people who couldn't raise their first child right, so now they're taking it out on me. Whether or not they've always been awful parents, they're being awful to you. I'd be more mad at your parents for how they treated you. And if your sister's poor behavior is due to how they treated her in the past, not the asshole. You're being almost 18. I hope you're able to move out and away from their abusive treatment. This is not normal. With a large age gap, it sounds like OP was the do-over baby. Maybe. Your parents are the asshole. Your sister is twice your age. I'm kind of thinking she acted out because your parents are so uptight and it gave her no room to figure out what she wanted or what kind of person she wanted to be. Sounds like you handled the parental stress better or put up with it more than she could. Extra strict parents don't raise well-rounded human beings. Yep. You're in a terrible situation, but it is absolutely not Jillian's fault that your parents are abusive. And make no mistake, they are abusing you. I hope you have an adult you trust, a guidance counselor, a teacher, or someone that you can talk with. Yes. I think that's the bit that I was getting stuck up on, was her blaming her sister. Because even if her sister was a bad child, for lack of a better term, and acted out a lot and got in trouble a lot and all that, that doesn't give your parents the excuse to then be a dick to you, just because they have another child who wasn't good, discarding the fact that the reason that she acted out could have been because of the treatment from the parents. Like, let's just say she was a problem child and did just cause a lot of trouble. It's not then okay for your parents to turn around and take that out on you. So at the end of the day, it's not her fault. It's still on the parents to be adults, and they aren't being good parents, quite frankly. Why are you blaming Jillian? It's not her fault your parents are like that. They should have had more control over her and less of you. They're going to opposite extremes. Tell your dad you will be 18 soon. And when you go no contact, not to wonder why. Yeah. Stupid Red has me coming up with crazy stories now. This is kind of a funny photo, actually, because it looks like she just gave birth to the child because she's in the hospital bed, but she's probably just in the hospital bed because she's old. A group of women recently came together to take a very special photo featuring all 6 generations of their family. Gracie Howe, 58, tells people that over the years, her 98-year-old grandmother has held hundreds of babies, and a photo taken last month that shows Taylor Hawkins cradling the newest member of the family in her arms, her great-great-great-granddaughter, Savia, what a name, okay, who was born in December. We thought this was special because it's all girls. In addition to them, the photo shows Gracie standing alongside her mother and her daughter and her granddaughter. Gracie says her grandmother, who will be 99 in July, is still smart as a tack and isn't afraid to tell you blah, blah, blah. Xavier's a little fussy. Medell got married to her first husband, who worked on the railroads and was gone most of the week when she was 16 and he was 50. In addition to being a stepmother to his 10 children, they also welcomed 13 kids together. Okay, so to be fair, that was 70 years ago, because she's 99 now. But dear God, that is a lot of fucking kids. He already had 10, and then they made 13 more. Imagine being able to afford that. The fuck? The next baby born will be number 622. I assume that's just the amount of kids that the great-great-great-grandmother has held. I mean, she did have 13 kids of her own, so that's 13 opportunities for more grandkids, and then even more opportunities for more great-grandkids, and more after. So it makes sense, but it's still wild. Alrighty, well, that was an interesting little tangent. Anyways, sorry for the tangent. Not the asshole, but it's also not your sister's fault. So blame the parents. At the end of the day, it's the parents' fault. That's usually how it works. Alrighty. Am I the asshole to tell my daughter not to be so needy? I, 55 male, have been married to my wife, 51 female, for 29 years. We recently moved our 19-year-old daughter into her college apartment. My wife has already helped move in the day before, and we had to help finish up the process. Upon arrival, we moved the boxes into her apartment. After we took all of her things in, I figured we were done. My wife informed me that she was going to help our daughter unpack and get settled in. I asked how long it would take. She told me about an hour. I waited in the living room as my wife and daughter unpacked. You didn't help them unpack? You didn't help them unpack? Why didn't you help? Okay, whatever. After an hour, I went in to see how much longer they would be, and my wife was busy helping our daughter decorate. I politely said that our daughter didn't need help with decorating and that she had plenty of time to decorate the next day before classes started. My wife told me that she was going to help and that since we didn't have any other plans, my time shouldn't matter. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I mean, my family helped me move into my first apartment, or my first apartment, but my first dorm. They helped carry up boxes and help make the bed and help hang stuff up and unpack things. Like, that's normal. Like, your kids going away to college, it's normal to want to spend those last couple hours with them before you have to drive however far back home. You know, like, this doesn't seem unreasonable so far. My wife does a lot for our kids, and I think that because they are young adults, they can do things for themselves. This is one of those cases. When it was time to leave, we drove our daughter to the music building because she had auditioned for a vocal ensemble. My wife got teary-eyed and gave her a hug goodbye. I got out of the car and told my daughter that I didn't mean to offend her, but what if something happened to either of her parents? What would she do? She needed to stop being so needy. My daughter got mad and said I ruined everything. My wife yelled at me and said that she wished I hadn't even come. I walked away. Finally, I got in the car and we drove home in silence. Am I the asshole? How do you not know that you're the asshole? I've never seen such a straightforward asshole before. You're the asshole. It's not about being needy. Obviously, college kids can unpack and decorate themselves, and she would if anything happened to her parents. It was about your wife spending more time with her before she stays at college. I feel you ruined the experience. You're the asshole. Why would you ruin your daughter's send-off? Helping her decorate is standard kid college drop-off stuff. A trip to Target for essentials, a mini fridge, some groceries, etc. Your wife wanted to help. Who are you to judge? Do you have trouble when you're not the center of attention? It sure sounds like it. Try shelving your main character energy for a moment and learn to be supportive. Seriously, how hard is it to sit in the living room and dick around on your phone? Or heaven forbid, actually help. You don't stop being a parent the moment your kid turns 18. This post could have been written by my dad 20 years ago. Spoiler alert, we don't speak anymore. See, that's the funny thing, is my dad actually helped with the process when I first moved in to college. I mean, I was 17. I wasn't 19, but still. My whole family, my mom, my dad, and my sister were all there. We all, we drove up together, and my parents helped unpack the car, and I was a freshman in an honors college dorm, so they didn't have to help carry up all the boxes, but because the seniors and stuff in the honors college helped, they did that. That was like one of the perks of being in the honors college, is that the seniors come out and help the freshmen move in, by like throwing it all into big boxes and moving it around and getting it to where it needs to go. It was a very busy day, and my parents helped me unpack, and my mom made my bed for me, which I really appreciated because she does a much better job at it than I do. So, and while I worked on unpacking other things, and my dad helped me unpack shit, and my sister helped me unpack shit, like, that's just normal. Like, you know, like, especially for, like, parents, like, that's supposed to be, like, it's kind of a passing of the torch type situation. It's like oh, this is the last time I'm gonna get to, like, make your bed for you, or this is, you know, like, it's just not really even tradition, it's just normal. Yeah, helping kids move into college is normal, especially if, like, in this case, if the mom has a close relationship with the daughter, and he said that my wife does a lot for our kids. You're the asshole there, right? You ruined a nice time. Her memory of starting college will forever be her dad insulting her. Yeah. You're the asshole. Obviously, your daughter could decorate herself. Your wife wanted to help her because it's fun and they're spending time together. And her daughter is leaving the nest. Couldn't you have just sat there on your phone and been quiet like a normal dad? Or joined them like a normal dad? Yeah. Even my dad helped me unpack and shit at college. Okay? And my dad is the most stay out of the way kind of dad you can have. Like, he's very much... Like, my parents are co-parents, but he will defer to her if he doesn't feel like making a decision or doesn't feel like doing anything. He will 100% defer to my mother on decision making if he just doesn't feel like dealing with it. And even he fucking helped unpack and shit. Like, you know? Like, even though my parents are absentee parents now, they weren't back when I first moved to college, so... It's so wild, like, when he was like, oh, I just sat on the couch where they unpacked. Like, bitch, why aren't you helping? Why aren't you helping? Why aren't you being helpful? Like, why are you just sitting there? Not the asshole, your wife was parenting because she loves her daughter, maybe you should try it. No, don't. You've done quite enough already, and if you manage to spoil her audition as well, there isn't a nursing home bleak enough to stick you in. Yeah. This is part of the process of your daughter's transition to college. Had nothing to do with being needy. Kind of like a final thing for them to share, and you ruined it. You're the asshole. Yeah. Also, you're 55. Get off Reddit. The fuck? Yes, you're the asshole. Very obviously the asshole. Incredibly obviously the asshole. But yes, Jimmy's here now. Jimmy, I have a bedroom. I have a bedroom now. It's wild. And I realized the other night that, or last night, that it's actually the first time I've had my own bedroom since early college. Since I first moved into college. It's the first time I've had a bedroom of my own. And I'm not counting the one that was at my parents' house that I stayed at for like summer break and winter break, because after I moved out, they redid the whole thing, so it wasn't really mine anymore. It was a guest room that I stayed in when I was home for the summer and the winter. So since I got my first college roommate, because for the first few months of college, I didn't have a roommate, because the one that I'd been assigned didn't show up. So I had my own for that period of time. So since then, I haven't had my own bedroom, because I've always shared it with someone else. I've always either had a roommate, so it was Zoe, where we shared a room because it was a fucking dorm, or I shared a room with Max because we were living together and dating for most of it. So I haven't had my own bedroom in like 6 years. Like a proper bedroom. Like I had my office back in Nashville, but I didn't sleep in there. It wasn't a bedroom. It was an office, quote unquote. So I realized that that the reason it felt so special and weird is because I haven't had one in a long time. Because like even when Max and I technically had separate like dorms, we still slept in the same room together because we were dating. So I didn't have, the bedroom wasn't mine, it was ours. So wild. Am I too old for Reddit? I basically go on Okay Buddy Metal though. I don't know what that means. Oh, I assume that's a subreddit. Sorry. I'm a little slow today, apparently. Yeah. I'm gonna call Max tonight, hopefully. Max said they might join stream today, but they had therapy today, even though therapy is usually on Wednesday, but stuff's having to get moved around because there's something else on Wednesday, so they're having therapy today when they normally would on Wednesday or Thursday. So they were like, I don't know if I'll be able to come join stream or not, but that they'd come watch at the very least if they were doing work that didn't require 100% focus. But it's also possible they forgot. So either way, you know. But I'm gonna call Max tonight. We called last night for a minute while I cooked dinner and while I got ready for bed. A little earlier than normal too. I ate at like 8 something, which is way earlier than I normally eat. My first like proper meal of the day. Usually I'll drink a smoothie or something like, usually like even when I have a work day, I don't eat until like, and I don't eat until 9:30 because that's when break, or 9 o'clock because that's when break is at work. So eating before 9 was just really weird. But maybe I can call Cole tonight after I call Max or before I call Max. I haven't talked to Cole in a while. I need to check my email. Hold on, while I'm thinking about it. So sorry, I've got like 18 emails because I ordered stuff through AliExpress, but it separated the order confirmation emails into 3 different things. 1, 2, 3 confirmation. Yeah, it separated into 3 different ones because technically I bought 6 items, but I bought 2 main items and a set of 3. So 5 items. So I've got like 80 different emails from AliExpress, 3 different confirmation emails, 3 different shipping emails, and then ads, which I didn't sign up for. So it's just AliExpress, Lego, AliExpress. I never signed up for marketing emails. So. I never signed up for the mailing list. And then I've got other regular shit that's like, oh, yeah, my, this is a fun email. I emailed my electricity company, the company that I get my electricity through, which is Omaha Public Power District, which is what everyone in Omaha uses. And I noticed that on the mail that they were sending me, they had my last name listed as Patrick and not Fitzpatrick. And I was like, I don't know how that happened. I genuinely have no idea how they got that wrong, because I wouldn't have typed it in like that. If anything, I would have just typed Fitz, not Patrick. If I ever use my last name anywhere online, it's usually just the Fitz portion. So I don't know how they got it that wrong. So I shot them an email and was like, y'all have my name wrong on this, and I don't know if that really matters, but it bothers me that it's got the wrong name on there. So it would say Nico Patrick, which I just fucking hate. That doesn't sound right to my ears at all. That's not accurate or correct or good. I'm not a fan. So they emailed me back and they were like, we fixed it. We got you. Order confirmation. Pedal sending me shit that I don't want. Lego order confirmation. Your order is shipped. Oh, see, none of the shit that I bought is going to be here until, like none of the stuff from AliExpress is going to be here anytime soon. Yeah. All the stuff I ordered from AliExpress isn't going to be here till September. And then one of the things isn't going to be here till October. So I'm going to forget that I even fucking ordered it. Which I thought was funny when I was ordering it. Because I was like, oh, it's not going to get here till October? Guess I'll have a surprise package show up that I will forget that it exists. I was looking for... I'm not seeing it in here, though. My dentist also keeps emailing me being like, it's almost time for a check-in. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing that anytime soon. Because the thought of having to shop for a dentist is not one that I really want to entertain. Sounds like a lot of work, and I don't want to do that, so... Nope, don't have an email yet. So there's a couple of posters that I want to buy to put over my bed, which I've mentioned earlier, from the YouTube channel, I'm going to say it wrong, Kurtzgats. I'm definitely saying it wrong. But it's like a double poster where when you put them side by side, they kind of make a full picture. And when you buy both, you save 25%, like when you order both at the same time. And I was going to go order them now because I know where I want to put them, and I didn't want to buy them before I was ready, you know, not just because I didn't really have the money, but also because I didn't know where the fuck, if I was even going to have a spot that I wanted to put them. But I decided I want to put them over my bed. But one of them is out of stock. One of them's sold out. And I'm not going to just buy one. I want both. So I have to wait for them to restock. So I signed up for the email, like I said, notify me when it's available so that I know when it's back in stock. So I can go on and order it. Because now I have the money for it. Of course, now that I have the money for it, it's not available. Of course. Fucking rude. But I thought I saw an email from them, but I must have read a different thing because it wasn't them. Nighty night, you going to bed? Tired after all your travels? Get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow for some more Elden Ring, and maybe you'll catch some of the Mortuary Assistant stream tonight. I'm not sure what time that's going to be at, so maybe you'll be awake for part of it. Assuming you're not planning on sleeping in tomorrow. Which maybe you are. Although you're heading to bed a little... Not really early, actually. This is around the normal time you'd sign off anyways, so... It just feels early because you just got here. Normal work time. Gross. I'm so happy I didn't pick up any shifts the front half this week. I really didn't want any. I really needed the time off. Oh... Night, sleep well. See you tomorrow. Or maybe later today. Who's to say? Alrighty. Would it be awful to eat a whole bag of dino nuggies at once? Maybe. Depends on the bag size, I think. Alrighty. Am I the asshole for giving my wife an ultimatum about baby names? Before my wife and I got married, we made an agreement that she would get to name our first boy and I would get to name our first girl. We recently discovered that she was pregnant with twins, and after talking about it, we decided to stick to our original plan. I thought everything would be fine, but ever since I heard the name she chose, I've been having problems. The name is bad, it sounds really stupid, and it's absolutely the kind of name that will get our son bullied. I immediately vetoed it, but my wife said that I can't because it wasn't our agreement. I asked why she insisted on this particular name. Apparently it comes from a character she identified with in one of her favorite books when she was growing up. But emotional attachment does not make the name itself any better. I want to know what the name is. I said fine, then I may as well name our daughter Hortensia Beerbong III. It sounds just as dumb. She told me that I couldn't do that, and I just said why not, it's my choice, that was the agreement. We've been in an impasse ever since. Now obviously I'm not actually going to name my daughter that, and I'm pretty sure my wife knows that too. I was just trying to help her see the mistakes she was making, but she's not listening to reason. Recently she started hinting she might just take off around her due date and give birth somewhere without me and my naming input. I think that's uncalled for, but I've got a week-long business trip that I can't get out of about a month before she's due, and I'm worried she'll take the opportunity to disappear until after the twins are here. What kind of fucking drama movie are you living in? What the fuck? I've told my brother to keep an eye on her while I'm gone, but it's not like he can watch 24/7. I think her name choice is dumb and will cause problems for our son, and she thinks I'm being controlling and overdramatic. Neither of us are willing to back down, but with her hints about skipping town for the birth, I've been wondering if things have gone too far. Yeah, your wife's fucking crazy. What the fuck? I need to know what the name is to know whether or not he's being reasonable. I need to know what the name is. Like, if I don't know what she's trying to name the baby, I can't make a decision on whether his desire to veto it is reasonable or not. Okay? So I need to know that information before I can make a call on him. Because him being like, babe, this is a bad name, he's gonna get bullied, is a completely valid thing to say. If it's true. If it's just a name he doesn't like, if it's like Brad or something, and it's just a name he doesn't like, then no, he's wrong. But if it's a really stupid, weird-ass name, then he might be reasonable. He might have been being reasonable. And if things have gone the way he said it's gone, then I don't think he's an asshole in this situation. I know Reddit has deemed everyone that sucks here, but depending on what the name is, I don't think he's an asshole. I think he's looking out for his kid, as you're supposed to do. I think she's crazy for threatening to vanish for the fucking birth of his kids. Kind of nonsense. Like, I think the only time that's acceptable is if your partner's abusive. You know what I mean? Like, the only time it's okay to vanish for the birth of your children is if your partner is an absolute dickhole who is literally abusive. And based on this, he's not. So far, she's the asshole. Not even an asshole, she's just weird. But I need to know what the name is, personally. I think you and your wife have more issues than just naming the children. For her to threaten to take off and have the birth without you, and name the children to spite you, and then you escalating by asking your brother to watch her is not a good indicator for the health of your marriage. For many couples, naming their children is a 2 yeses is a win. A single no cancels that choice. You both should agree on the names. I agree. Oh, so is he named after Neville Longbottom? Is that what it is? Completely valid name. Neville is a badass motherfucking character. I think Neville is a fine name. Yeah, the 2 yes, 1 no rule still applies. Okay, and who the fuck cares? We've had this combo before. I don't give a fuck about Harry Potter, and I don't care if people like it or want to use it. It's a name that she identified with, and she stuck with it and held on to it for a lot of her life and wanted to name her kid that. I think that's fine. And I think if that really is the name that she wants to choose, I think he's overreacting. I don't think having the name Neville is going to get him bullied. Any more than any other name would, that is. This is a dumb mistake. 1 no, 2 yes is the only way to name a child. Okay, I understand that. That's why people are saying everyone's sexier, because of the agreement being stupid. Which I can understand. I understand that. Okay, knowing the name choice is Neville, I think you're worse here. This is still firmly an everyone's sexier situation. Neville is a pretty bad name from a character named and characterized as a bit of a joke, but it's nowhere near Horstensia Beerbong the Third, or even near the realm of you obviously named your kid after a fictional character in any sane relationship. You'd be able to say, hey, I don't like that name at all, and be done with it, but you made a stupid pact, and now both of you are acting very stupid about following through with it instead of acting like a team. You're worse here because you're escalating it more, but neither of you are responding well. It's just Neville. That's anticlimactic, right? It's a common, if dated, British name. Famously, there are footballers here called Phil and Gary Neville, and they and their sister Tracy have all played and coached football and netball at an international level. Their dad is a former professional cricketer called Neville. So in the UK, that's more what the name is associated with, and why we would just say, oh, Neville, not the double. No one has made this much fuss about the name Neville since the British Prime Minister appeased Hitler in 1938. Huh? Neville is worse. I agree. I hope Megatron, Jacob Edward, and Horstensia Beerbong III have a good support network outside of both of you that can actually handle the responsibility of raising a child. I love that that's also the first place my brain goes when someone says, like, this is a crazy baby name. My brain goes to fucking Twilight. Even though at this point, with all of the insane names that you hear nowadays, fucking Renesmee sounds normal now. Like, like back when it happened, Renesmee sounded like the weirdest thing you've ever heard in your life. But after, like, following certain Facebook pages and stuff where the whole thing is just bad baby names, Renesmee sounds fucking normal now. But, like, I agree with the comments saying that when you're naming your child, you need to both agree on the name. And like everyone has been saying, 2 yeses or nothing. But also, I think she's still a bit crazy for threatening to run off and have the babies without him. So, yeah, I agree with everyone sucks here. Now that I know what the name is, I can make a determination. You're all crazy and shouldn't be having kids because you're not mature enough for this shit. Now, this one is too new to have a decision that has been made. So we actually get to have an unbiased read-through of this one. Abort or give it up. Neither of you should be raising kids is a valid response. Well, they're too close to that. It's too close to the birth for an abort button stray. So, it's a little late for that. Am I the asshole for leaving my boyfriend at a bar because of a joke he made? Well, it's actually twins, so it's 2 kids. My ear itches like fucking crazy. Oh my god. Am I having an allergic reaction to my fucking drink after I've drank it all? Oh well. It happens sometimes. I, 22 female, have been dating my boyfriend, 23 male, for about 9 months now. I am Asian and grew up in my home country pretty much all of my life until I was 19, and went abroad to a European country to study. My boyfriend is from this country I'm currently studying in. He has shown interest in my background a bit, and I honestly like talking to him about it. I never questioned anything about our relationship until last night when we went to a bar with some of his friends. One of his friends asked my boyfriend if he was trying to learn my native language, and we told him no. My boyfriend went on to joke about how my language sounded too rough and weird for him to even try, I gave him a confused look, and he said that he would have if it were more like Japanese or Korean. I was completely silent after that and made up some excuse and left. It wasn't subtle at all, but I didn't care at the time and felt like crying. He's been blowing up my phone with messages and calls, and all the messages say is that I overreacted and embarrassed him in public. I haven't replied or picked up any of his calls. I am in no way saying that he must learn my native language, but the way he explained it hurt me. Now I'm wondering if I really did overreact, and am I looking too deep into it? Am I the asshole for doing that? Hey, Christian is here. Damn, you just missed Jimmy. If you'd been, what, 15 minutes earlier, we would have had the whole gang here. That's an overreaction, dude. I don't think it's an overreaction. I think her boyfriend was being an asshole. Like, there's no need to make fun of her language, her first language. Like, that's not okay. Especially since it wasn't like a thing that she wanted from him. Like, she wasn't like, you should learn my language, you know, like that wasn't like a thing that they talked about. You know, kill the boyfriend, eat his soul. Okay, I think that might be an overreaction. I don't think this is something to break up over. I think this is something that her feelings were hurt, whether he meant to hurt them or not. And I don't think her removing herself from the situation is an overreaction. She didn't blow up. She didn't yell at him. She didn't break up with him. She just excused herself and she went home. I don't think that's an overreaction. Yeah, and that's fine. But but the way he seemed to have worded it did not sit well with her, and that's completely understandable and fine. My language sounded too rough and weird for him to even try. Like, that's not necessary to say. He could have said something along the lines of, oh no, I'm not smart enough for that, or it seems a little too complicated for me, or like something that was a little bit more self-deprecating instead of something that was rude towards her native language. Is what I probably would have done. Is, oh, I'm barely comfortable with English, you know, or something like that. I wouldn't want to insult her language by trying to learn it, and butchering it. You know what I mean? Like, I would have said something along those lines. Would have been, oh no, that's, you know, one of his friends asked if my boyfriend was trying to learn in my native language. We told him no. I said, thank God. I would have said, thank God she hasn't asked me to, because I wouldn't want to obliterate her language by trying to learn it with my horrific tongue. You know, like something that's self-deprecating. Yeah, I can barely form a sentence in English, let alone in a language that sounds absolutely nothing like English. You know, so whereas instead he went on and insulted her language, which may not sound like an insult coming from us, because to us, a lot of like Asian languages do sound, for lack of a better word, like gibberish to our ears, because it doesn't have any of the sounds and stuff that we have in English. So it does sound very, not nonsensical, but very like gibberish-y because of that. But it's not okay to say that, because a lot of Asian languages sound similar to one another in the same way that like English and German sound similar to one another, or English and Spanish sound similar to one another, because they fall under the same general category of language. Any Asian language to someone from the West sounds all the same, basically. Yeah, exactly. Like when I hear Korean and Japanese and Chinese spoken, it's hard for me to tell them apart. I can tell them apart, at least I can tell Korean apart when it's written down, but I can't hear a difference, because I don't hear it often enough to really be able to pick up on the differences. And that's mostly just because of a lack of exposure to it. I'm sure if I spent more time listening to like Korean music, or just music from that region in general, or watching shows from that region, or things like if I watched more like Chinese cinema and so that I would be able to tell the difference better. But I'm not always quick to pick, especially Chinese and Japanese. Those two overlap more for me in my brain than Korean does, because the intonation in Korean is a bit different. But I don't have a lot of experience with hearing those languages, so I don't have the practice to be able to distinguish them from one another the way I would with like French or German or Spanish, for example. But I do think he insulted her, and that's not okay, and that's something they should talk about and work through. But this isn't like a, oh my god, you must break up with him, he's a terrible, horrible racist. Like, I don't think that's what this is, but she didn't blow up at him. I think if she'd if she blew up at him, that would have been an overreaction. But she didn't. She just made up an excuse so she could go home and get through her feelings in private. And I think that's an appropriate reaction. I think they can talk about it later. But him saying that she overreacted and embarrassed him by making an excuse and leaving, I don't think that's. I doubt that that's what happened. But no, I don't think she's an asshole for getting offended. Like, that's, you know, that's her culture. That's her life. You know, it's the first 19 years of her life. You know. I like Korean and Japanese a lot better than either of the other Chinese ones. I like Korean more in my ear when I'm listening to ASMR. It's a bit more tingly for the ASMR portion of my brain than Japanese or Chinese, but I'll listen to any of them. I love Asian languages in ASMR. They just hit different than any of the general European languages, like the big ones that we all know from here. I wouldn't say they sound the same. I just think they sound similar. And that, as someone who hasn't spent time around them, it's hard to tell them apart. The same way that if you've not spent time in the West, you probably couldn't tell apart, like, fucking, why did I just forget the name of all languages? Like German and French. You may not be able to tell the difference between the two if you've not spent any time with those cultures. They sound similar if you've never heard them before, or if you've only heard them a few times, or you've not really watched a lot of media from them. You know, they overlap a bit more. Like, let's say you only speak Chinese and you've never watched anything from from France or Germany. You know, it's going to be hard to tell those two apart because you're not used to hearing those languages, you know. Whereas for us, we're used to hearing those languages. We're used to hearing those accents. We're used to reading it. We're used to, you know, they're the options that you get to learn at school. So we're more used to being able to tell them apart. If I tried, I could probably tell them all apart from one another. But it doesn't sound like this language is Japanese or Korean or Chinese. It's probably something like Vietnamese or something like that. It's probably something a bit more specific. So, you know. I was watching, it was a TikTok it was a room of a variety of different Asian guys, and they were talking about how the different Asian languages sound and the intonations of each language, because they're all the intonations for the most part, like the way you talk when you speak them is a little bit different. Yeah, Chinese is a big blanket, but I think when I say Chinese, I mean Mandarin. I mean Mandarin Chinese. I mean that's what I'm talking about when I say Chinese. I know there's a lot of like smaller versions. Same with like never mind. It's gone. The thought's gone. I need to watch more anime apparently. But anime is Japanese. I don't think I've watched any Chinese anime. I don't think I've watched any Korean anime either. But you know. Well, you watch quite a bit more anime than I do, so. Oh, I know they exist. I just don't think I've watched any yet. Those interesting, especially when you go into the history of languages. You know where they come from and everything like that, especially with China, Korea, and Japan having some relation with the language. If you know the migration history of the peoples in that area. Yeah. I like learning about them, but I don't think I could ever learn those languages because I tried to learn Spanish in high school and that didn't even stick. So, and Spanish is a lot more, it's a lot easier to learn Spanish when you speak English because a lot of the Spanish sounds are also in English. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Even Japanese is ruthless. A Tokyo speaker would basically have to relearn it for certain country areas. It's partly why city people stay in the city. Really? Spanish, you need the mustache before you can speak it. The same word becomes different in different contexts for different regions. Interesting. I mean, that makes sense. Like, kind of how, like, in the US, we use different words for different things depending where you are in the country. It makes sense that that would be true in other countries. But also because of the way Japanese is structured. The way the language is structured is quite different from the way that English is structured, so. But English is also stupid, so, you know, do with that what you will. It's like if you say you're lost in Spain, it's actually slang over there for you being a prostitute, or if you say you're lost in Mexico, it just means you're lost. Not the asshole, he called your language rough and weird. How is that a joke? Well, a lot of language can be considered weird and rough. Yes, not disagreeing with you there, but you don't say that at your SO's expense as a joke. Calling out her language like that was rude. See, that's exactly where my brain went. Is he just because he's not technically wrong, it does sound weird to our ears. It's not okay to say that when you're dating someone whose language, that's their first language. You know what I mean? That is their language. And it's I feel like that's rude to say that in front of her, you know? Like, we can sit here and talk about, like, Vietnamese sounds really bizarre to my ears. Like, it does not sound like a language. Fucking Polish does not sound like a language to my ears. I'm like, there are words there? Like, I'm not hearing words, I'm just hearing sounds. Like, it doesn't sound like a language to my English-based eardrums. I understand that they are languages, but they don't sound like it to my ears. Like, I'm not able to hear words in the sentences in the same way that, like, I can for, like, French and German and Spanish, for example. And there's not really a better way to describe it than it just sounds weird to my ears, you know? Feel free to make fun of my language. It barely sounds like a language to me most days. German is easy for English speakers to learn because they share a lot of history together. I mean, yeah, English is a Germanic language, so it makes sense why those ones all kind of overlap. But I think she's completely allowed to be upset by his joke, and I think he should apologize, and I think they should have a talk and move on. I don't think it's a relationship ending confrontation or issue. I just think it's something they need to talk about. English is one of the weirdest languages, for example. I have to agree with you on that. There are languages that are harder to learn for all sorts of reasons. Cough, English, I don't follow any of my own rules, cough. But it's hard to know what he meant by rough. That choice of words sounds a bit like barbaric or unrefined, which would be pretty insulting if that's how he meant it. And all languages are weird. That is just a state of language. Singling hers out was pretty rude. Yeah. Yeah. Kosa is really cool, actually. I can't do the clicking, so I'm not going to try to and end up butchering it. I can't do the clicks. I agree. Kosa is really cool. Yeah, most languages sound weird if you're not used to them. Yeah, I wouldn't say weird is the negative adjective. I would say rough is the negative adjective that he used. If he had said hard to learn instead of rough, those are two very different meanings there. In cases like these, we must default to universal language, a slap to the face. I think they just need to have a conversation, and I think it'll be fine. No, I don't think she's the asshole. I honestly don't think he's an asshole. I think he's just dumb. I don't think anyone's an asshole here. I think he's just an idiot. Not the asshole, the fact that he's blaming you for having a reaction to a jerk comment. Okay, that's true. He did say that she was overreacting and tried to belittle her feelings, which isn't okay. Yeah, he should have been apologetic when he realized that he'd hurt her feelings. Not the asshole, what he said was simply rude. Yeah. But honestly, even knowing that I don't think I'll ever be able to learn a second language, sadly, as much as I'd love to be able to. I just don't think that's in the cards for me. I don't think I have that capacity. I don't think my brain isn't built for language, especially just language. Like I can barely do English half the time. If I was dating someone who did speak a different language as their first language, I would want to at least try to, even if I don't learn how to speak the language, learn the history of the language, learn the origins of the language, you know, learn stuff about their culture. Even if I'm not able to speak their language, I would still want to learn about it and try, you know, because I love them. So I'm going to try to incorporate as much of their life into my life as I can, you know. Now, clearly she hasn't set the bar that he needs to, which is also nice. In some situations, I think it's appropriate to actually learn your partner's language. Like if you're living in that country, for example, like let's say that her language was Japanese, and they're living in Japan, it would be good for him to learn Japanese since they are living in Japan, but they're not living in Japan. They're living in a place where they speak English, or whatever European country that they're in. Though she's typing in English, so I'm going to assume it's an English-based country. She already speaks English, and they're living there. So he doesn't need to learn her language because they're not living in a country where that language is predominantly spoken, for example. But it's still always nice, you know. Just date someone who speaks a different language from you, and then ask them to only talk to you in that language. You'll catch up. Yeah, I think that'd be the only way I could learn a second language, is I'd have to completely immerse myself in it to where the only way I can survive is to learn the language. But that also sounds like a lot of effort. I love the title of this and the fact that they titled it this and then proceeded to type out this whole thing here. You typed out, "Am I the asshole for dismissing my rude teen daughter's feelings?" Let's reword this. Let's rephrase it. Am I the asshole for dismissing my teen daughter's feelings? If we take this out and just say, dismissing my teen daughter's feelings, yes, you're an asshole. You don't dismiss the feelings that your child is having, especially your teenage daughter. Your teens' feelings are very complicated. Teenager feelings are very complicated and intricate, and they're new to feeling a lot of those feelings. You're feeling feelings for the first time a lot of the time when you hit puberty. So dismissing those feelings is not okay ever, even if they're being a dick. Because teenagers, newsflash, are dicks. That's just part of being a teen. And it seems Reddit has probably read them to filth in the past 6 days, as they have been marked the asshole and have created an edit. The word rude really changes the whole context of what you're talking about here, and also puts an idea of what your daughter is before you even talk about them. Exactly. Hi, am I out of line? I, 45 female, and my daughter is 18. Recently, my terminally ill aunt died a week after summer break started, after a few months of her quick deterioration and just a few days of being in hospice because she had no response to treatment. My daughter has always been a closed-off, reserved person. However, she's a little immature when she doesn't get what she wants, and is very snide in her face sometimes during those occasions. Your teenager is snide? Gasp. That's so rare. When my aunt died, my sister came over and has been here ever since, for about 4 weeks now. When we arranged the funeral and reception, my daughter did not cry or look upset at all, even though she'd sometimes go look after her great aunt on the days her great uncle needed to go out. Since she was bedbound and completely paralyzed and unable to speak, the structuring here is I'm struggling to read. You'd expect some sort of reaction, right? But she had none. She'd avoid her great aunt a lot and never talk to me about her. Okay, people deal with grief in a lot of different ways. Not everyone's a crier. Not everyone has to cry when they feel sad. She could just be closing off. Like, she could be trying to suppress the feelings that she's having. Or maybe this is how she reacts to grief. Like, okay. For this reason, I assume she was just attached, as a lot of children usually are, and left her alone. However, since her aunt and her 3 young children came to stay, she's been very bratty and complains when she has to clean up after them because they're quite spoiled. She's like this every time they come to stay because my sister is quite an unhygienic person, and she and her children have had lice for years. I'm sorry. Your sister and her kids have had lice for years, and you're having them over at your home? You're the asshole. You have your crusty ass family members over and then get mad at your daughter when she's upset that they're crusty? Like, how is that on your daughter? Yeah. What the fuck? Oh. She didn't say anything to them since my aunt is grieving, so she hides in her room for the whole day because she feels stuffy and repulsed. Valid. Always asking me when they will leave. I understand why she feels this way. I don't like how the children and my sister crowd my home and not clean up after themselves, but they're family and we're grieving even if she's not. Okay, you can grieve and not be a gross fucking pig. Those things are not mutually exclusive. You can grieve and bathe yourself. Like, and then having your daughter clean up after the people you invited to your home. I don't care if my favorite person on the planet just died. If I'm staying with someone with my kids are going to be on their best motherfucking behavior. That house is going to be sparkling for every single moment we are in their home because they have opened their home to us in a time of need. No, that's not acceptable behavior. I don't care how sad you are. Okay, it's not okay. And you need to put your foot down and put a stop to this nonsense and stop punishing your daughter for it. If you want to put up with the nonsense, it's not okay to force your daughter to put up with the nonsense, okay? It's your house, so if you want them there, that's fine. But you can't get mad at your daughter when she doesn't want to interact, all right? This is making my skin crawl. It reminds me of when my job got bed bugs. When I got home, I told my sister to leave a bag downstairs. I completely stripped and only took my wallet, my phone, and my keys, and I put them in a baggie. Yeah. I got lice in middle school. Because I feel like everyone has to get lice at some point, right? I got mine I had mine in middle school. I made the mistake of borrowing someone's hair tie. And I thought it would be fine. It wasn't fine. But it was a very rough week or so of lice treatments on everybody. And because, you know, me, my mom, and my sister all had really long hair. And, you know, when you have lice or bed bugs or you deal with any of that stuff, it's like your house turns into a biohazard scene. Everything gets bagged. Everything gets washed 6 times. Everything gets moved. You have to lay on specific clothing and wear specific clothing and what's the word? Sheets and stuff that you have no problem with burning or throwing away at the end. You know, sounds like they should have just went for the full shave and you could be a sharp skinhead, not a Nazi skinhead, a sharp skinhead. Big difference. But it was an interesting time. I have vague memories of my mom using the lice shampoo with the comb and stuff on my head. In their bathroom because they have the bigger bathroom. Obviously, because my parents have the master bathroom. It's very loose memories, but I remember it vaguely. But I remember the lockdown more than I remember the actual cleaning portion. I remember the frantic bagging of every single piece of cloth in the building. And because, like, you know, you're supposed to bag it up into a Ziploc baggie and let it sit for a while so they all die. And then you can wash it and you don't have to worry about there being live ones left because any eggs or anything that are going to hatch will have died off if you let it sit for a couple weeks. And they're bagged up so they don't have anything to eat. They don't have a lot of air, things like that. But I can't imagine purposefully, like, knowing someone has lice and inviting them to my home. No, ma'am. No, you have the plague. You're not coming over, okay? The fuck? Okay. She even hated the reception, not serving the guests, family, and friends, and looking annoyed when I told her to, as she said she just wanted to sit there. It was very embarrassing for me. All she needed to do was hand out water. I told her not to be too mean, as their family and her aunt is grieving, but she, being immature, narrowed her eyes at me and told me she feels trapped in this house, wanting space before she went back to her room, even when I asked her to come downstairs and spend time with me. Yeah, you invited your sister and her 3 young kids to your house. Of course she's gonna feel trapped in her own home. And want space. She's a teenager. Teenagers tend to want their fucking space and their privacy, and you've invited people into her home that are disgusting and has 3 young kids. And if you know anything about young children, you don't get space when you have young children. They expect the teenager to wait on the plague carriers, yeah. And it seems they wanted her to hand out water and stuff at the reception for the funeral, I assume. She's usually a sweet girl, very smart and mature, even emotionally, and very perceptive. But for the past few weeks, she's been more reclusive and bratty than usual, even more so than other times when her aunt has been around. Am I right in being dismissive of her attitude and feelings, quote unquote? It seems to me, as of recently, there's been a bad change in her, even if she doesn't care about her great aunt dying, someone who has taken care of her before developing this illness and who she has known since she was young. She should at least think of her aunt's needs. Honestly, I'm quite annoyed. My mother told me I should just leave her alone to herself, but she needs to be kinder. I love the whole, we just had an aunt die, and my daughter has been acting weird lately, but I can't think of why she might be acting weird. She's not usually like this. Why could she be acting weird? Her great aunt just fucking died, though. Maybe she's grieving, you asshole. Like, did you ever think of that? This is a recent development in her personality, and you recently had someone in your family die that she knew and helped care for? Are you dull? Like, are you empty in your brain? Are you smooth? A smooth brain? Like, the fuck? Why is the teenager being expected to serve the other family members? You hire people for the funeral stuff. I don't fucking know. Saving money, I guess. Get those leopards out of your house now, right? Like, I'm so baffled by how, like, how the complete lack of self-awareness that a lot of the people who post on this subreddit have. And, like, I say that as someone who is most likely on the spectrum. These people are so they lack so much self-awareness. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's not a lot of times where I lack self-awareness and when I'm doing stupid shit. Like, a lot of times I'm aware I'm doing stupid shit, but I'm going to continue to do the stupid shit because I want to do the stupid shit. You know what I mean? Like, if she just reread her post a couple times, she could probably figure out that she was the dick. Just by the way she worded her post. I'm starting to feel like the mom is mentally ill in some way because there's no way in hell a normal person would be okay with any of this and have such a lack of understanding for their daughter's feelings. Maybe. It looks like they got ripped to shreds in the comments because we got a nice little edit here. So we're going to read that and see if maybe this moron has had her eyes opened. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for all the comments you've left. They've really opened my eyes to a lot of the stuff I had a responsibility to notice but did not. I admit that tradition has influenced a lot of my decisions and my own personality, and that has in turn affected my daughter as much as I ignored it. I will be having a long discussion with my sister about her problems, trying to sort her hygiene out, as well as making her go back home and giving my daughter the much-needed apology. I don't want to lose her, as many of you had pointed out that the longer I continue this route, the higher the likelihood she'll cut me off. I'll talk to her and I'll try to help her however she needs me to help. Unfortunately, I'm not in America, but I have called the social services on my sister before, and they closed the case after a very short investigation. I will not be calling them again due to their terrible service, but I will force my sister to get her act together by completely barring her from my house until she takes my advice. Only until she has begun to care for her own kids will I allow her near my own. I'll also be trying my best to earn my child's forgiveness. Once again, thank you all for calling me out on my behavior. I need to change for my daughter. This has gone on for far too long and isn't fair on her. We love Reddit doing a service. That is the only upside to people who are so blind, like the ones who post in the subreddit, posting on the subreddit. Like, that's the only real upside, is that the only real upside to Reddit being quick to jump to you're an abuser and being quick to jump to divorce is that in the situations where they're right, where people are just fully blind to the fact that they're a moron, they really get their eyes opened in the comments because the comments rip them to pieces. And it seems like this is one of those situations. We'll read a few of the comments just to sort of see how hard they went, but they went hard enough that this person completely changed their tone. Like, this feels like a YouTuber apology, but like a real one, like the kind of YouTuber apology that comes out and you're like, yep, they've learned. They're getting their shit together. You know, that's how this is worded. Before we scroll down and read the comments, I need to stretch real quick. I have the body of an old man. All right. Comments. You're the asshole. You're the asshole? Yeah, you're the asshole. The kid is way more polite than me. I'd spray Lysol at the family members till they got the hell away from me, right? You're the asshole. It isn't your daughter's job to be an unpaid maid to a family so unhygienic they carry lice. That is absolutely repulsive and places your entire household at risk. And obviously it isn't just their grief if this is how they live. I wouldn't want to be around that level of mental illness or neglect either. Why don't you try cleaning up after them and get lice and see how you like it? Also, who likes a funeral reception? What kind of demented Better Homes and Gardens party planet are you living on? Stop alienating your daughter for no reason because family is no excuse for what you described. You're the asshole. Yeah, I almost stopped reading after OP was wondering why her daughter didn't show emotion after being forced to care for her great aunt who was bedbound. What the fuck? Then she also has to clean up after her aunt's disgusting family, and then she's expected to wait on family and friends at the funeral? OP, is this your daughter or your personal maid? What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah. As of recently, there has been a bad change in her, even if she doesn't care about her great aunt dying. You don't think her bad attitude could be related to her great aunt dying? That's kind of obtuse. Let's not even address the fact that she's probably also paranoid she'll get head lice. Yeah. My son had head lice when he was 10. He was in a theater group where the kids shared costumes, including hats and wigs. Not only did it itch horribly, it was a nightmare to get rid of. We had to wash everything, replace all of the bedding, and treat every surface, and we had to give him lice baths and an unflattering haircut. Even if there was a death in the family, I'd hesitate to invite anyone with lice to my house. See, the way my kids, if they ever get lice, will have their head shaved. I do not care how long your hair is. This is the easiest way to deal with it, is to shave your fucking head and scrub it to all hell with lice shampoo and lice killing shampoo. Like, we're not dealing with it. Everyone is getting a haircut. I'm getting a haircut. You're getting a haircut. We're all getting our heads shaved. We're shaving it at home. We're burning the hair. We're going full lockdown, okay? We're going month 2 of COVID levels of lockdown. No one goes anywhere. No one gets to sit on anything or touch anything ever, okay? I've been wanting to cut my hair lately anyway, so, you know, lice would be a good excuse. Years ago, I had a student who had chronic lice. She would get sent home, come back, knit free, but then the cycle would start again. Turns out the student was an Irish dancer, and the lice lived in her hair piece she had for competitions and would reinfect herself every time she wore it. Yikes. With a mohawk? Dear God. I'm a little old for that. I'm a little old for a mohawk. But I've got my undercut has grown out quite a bit. I don't know if it's grown out quite a bit because I've not had Max around to shave it down for me. And I don't trust myself to get back there with clippers and not fuck it up. But I've been liking the length of the undercut, and I've been like, ooh, that's kind of nice. I kind of like how short it is. But I also don't want to just cut all of my hair off. I don't think I'm ready for that yet. So I'm trying to decide what to do. If I should just like cut it, like I'm gonna go get it cut somewhere because it needs a cut regardless. It's too long. Like the long part is too long in general. It needs a couple inches cut off of it, regardless. But I'm trying to decide because I think I might go in and have them like raise the undercut, like move it up my head more, where I still have the long hair on top. But yeah, exactly that. Yeah, sort of move up the undercut where more of my hair is that short length because I have my hair up a lot because I wear it up at work. Because I get hot, so I have to pull it up off my neck. Plus, it's not allowed to be past your shoulders at work, and it is currently long enough that it is past my shoulders. So I'm trying to decide if that's what I want to do because I'm gonna have to go somewhere to get it cut anyways. I've been cutting. I can cut the long portion myself, but I just haven't since I moved because I haven't had the fucking energy to do it. Yeah, I've been hesitant to cut my hair shorter because I didn't like how it looked when I cut it short back when I first started transitioning. But I also still looked like a girl back then. So I think having the short haircut with absolutely no facial hair and with the facial structure that I had at the time, I weigh more than I used to, for example, because I was still underweight when I started T. Like I've changed a lot in the way I look in the past 3 years. And so I'm like, maybe I could just try it again, but it took me 2 years to get my hair to the length it's at now. So we'll see if I just go full buzz cut. And by buzz cut, I mean buzzing it down to about 2 inches long, not fully like buzzing it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I haven't decided yet. I need to do some shopping online for hairstyles. But the cool thing is I could go to like a barber shop instead of like Great Clips. I could go to like an actual like male barber, like someone who cuts hair for guys instead of just Great Clips. I've never been to a barber shop before, so like I've never had my hair cut in them. I've been to them, but I've not had my hair cut in them before. So that could be cool. But the bro barber, yeah. My brain still calls it a salon because that's what I went to growing up, were hair salons, because I had a lot of fucking hair. Mohawks don't have no age limit. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that. Well, I feel like Death Hawks are different than Mohawks. So. Why am I age getting content? Well, when I think of a Mohawk, I think of a middle school boy. That's what I think of when I think of a Mohawk. I think of a Mohawk on a middle school boy. That's where my brain goes. So either that or like Death Hawk style Mohawks. Like those are really the only things I think of. So like the big spiky ones that go out to like here, like off camera, like they're out to this like really far, you know. No Reddit, no Mohawks, no fun things. We're literally doing Reddit right now. What are you talking about? Yes, we're on a tangent, but it's a semi-relevant tangent because we're talking about lice. So then we could talk about hair. Oh, too old for Reddit. I was just making fun of a 55-year-old who was like, being like, oh, this person's immature, and I'm like, so you're posting this on Reddit because you're so unaware of how fucking stupid you are. How is Carl relevant? Also, what a fucking name of a show. That is the most horrific name of a show I've ever seen. Also, his last name is aggressive. He doesn't have a mohawk. He's bald. What do you mean? I'm confused. I mean, it's an Adult Swim show, so I figured as much, Stray. Okay. Okay, you're the asshole. I'm sorry for your loss. But even though just what you've written through, even just through what you've written, I can tell that your aunt's passing has affected your daughter. Just because she doesn't grieve in the way you expect her to, doesn't mean she's cold or uncaring. And why should she be expected to clean up after your sister's lice-ridden, messy family? I'm not trying to be insulting, just descriptive. Can't you speak to your sister about managing her children better? Why do you expect your 18-year-old daughter to be more of a responsible adult than your sister, who is the mother of children? I don't think it's your daughter who needs to be kinder. And by the way, saying she felt stuffy in the house sounds like a possible physiological reaction to your sister's family's lack of hygiene. In other words, it can be physical too, not just an emotional reaction. I'd be insulting for you, lol. These nasty, dirty-ass, lice-ridden people need to get out of her house. That's what I would say if I was the daughter. Yeah. You're the asshole. Your expectations of your daughter are that 1, she would be a caregiver for a dying woman. 2, that she will not act as a maid and nanny for your sister's unhygienic and spoiled children. 3, maid and nanny for your sister, yep. 3, that you would serve a guest at funeral reception she was not hosting. 4, that she would emote on command, or at least in the way that suits you. Your sister has needs, all right. The need to move out of your house and take her kids with her. Why has she been there for a month, and why haven't you set some boundaries for the well-being of your teenager? Yup. Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna comment, you're the asshole, Jesus Christ. End of sentence. Listen, I'm sorry for your loss, but you're the asshole. Majorly. Grief isn't performative. Just because you haven't seen her cry doesn't mean she isn't bothered. Gee, I wonder if something happened recently that could make her withdraw and less likely to want to deal with people. I wonder what that could be. A better question is why you keep allowing your sister, who is, quote, quite unhygienic person, and she has her children that have had lice for years, end quote, to repeatedly stay in your home. And why are you putting their needs above your daughter's? You're the asshole. You move 4 unhygienic people into her home and expect her to be a good hostess? Get over yourself. Yeah. I couldn't read past the part where Opie said that she let people stay with lice in her home. Yeah. Years. 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 I don't agree with kicking your children out of your house, but I'm sorry. If you come home with lice, you're sleeping outside. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That one was wild, guys. That one was wild. It was wild. Christian, will you be able to make it to tonight's night stream? I'm playing Mortuary Assistant tonight. I'm not sure what time, but we can figure out a time while we're on stream right now, since it'll probably likely be the same people there as that are here now. Stray, Rot, and maybe you, depending on the hour. I'm going to be playing some more Mortuary Assistant tonight. I'll have the lights off. I'll have the one behind me on, but I'll have this light off. We'll play in the dark. Be spooky. I think this is the longest Reddit stream we've had in a while. I'll see if I can tonight. I might be busy watching 1408 with my friend for our lead up to Oktoberfest. Interesting. Well, at the very least, I know that Rot will be there because Rot has been excited for the night streams and has been living for them. So, which is good because I would be very bored and lonely if no one came to my night streams. I would just sit in my apartment and play it alone instead of streaming it. I think a nap might be in my future because I have not been able to stop yawning. Our Space Marine, indeed. Rot, why are you pink all of a sudden? What happened? You're not purple. What the fuck is going on? This is wrong. This is illegal. Wanted to change. Wait, you can change your color? I didn't realize you could change your color. I don't spend a lot of time on Twitch if I'm not streaming, so. No, I'm gonna finish reading these posts and I'll probably call it after these last 3 that we have. Well, Rod's gone all Barbie on me. I don't know what that's about. Alright. Next post. Am I the asshole? I refuse to help my privileged wife cover her increased cost of living. So I, 39 male, am married to the love of my life, 36 female. We have 2 sweet kids, ages 5 and 9, and we all live in a house in a nice, small, typical Scandinavian town. Lucky. Our economy is mostly shared. More on this in a bit. I'm an engineer working as a consultant, great pay and benefits. I make more than I spend. My wife has a master's degree in human communication, a horrible, useless degree, even according to herself. Well, as long as she feels that way about it. Since graduating something like 8 years ago, she has been unable to find a job in her field. Note, those 8 years does include her second pregnancy and maternity leave. Here is the thing. My wife has very wealthy parents, like no financial worries at all wealthy. Thanks to them, her share of our house was gifted to her. I still pay mortgage on my share. They gifted her a brand new car. I drive my own. Each Christmas, they give her $20,000. Am I reading that right? I'm reading this. This says $20,000. Am I right? Right? Just one time. I just want 20K for the year. Why can't I have wealthy parents who love me? Oh my god. $20,000 every year for Christmas? And she's 36? Yeah. Just right. Yeah. That's why I'm struggling right now. That's why I'm struggling to wrap my head around this. Because the next sentence says, besides that yearly gift, she has more or less been without income for most of her adult life. Yeah, most people have. Most people have that much money as their yearly income and are working. No, I need to seduce her parents who can spare 20K a year. Do you understand how much everyone in this chat's quality of life would improve if any one of us received $20,000 once, let alone every year? I just, oh, I hate rich people, but I want to be them so bad. Oh my god. You have a lot to say, but you're abstaining. No, speak your mind. Okay. Shake it off. I need to keep reading. Including when she attended university. She did hold a few odd jobs here and there. We share all family-related expenses, utilities, food, insurance, vacations, kid stuff, and so on, through a shared account, 50-50. Beside that, we have our own accounts, but many purchases go towards the family house kits anyway, so it's not like airtight. You know how it is. My wife recently got a part-time job, 15 to 20 hours a week, in a clothing store. Pay is terrible, hours are weird, and she doesn't get along with the owner. Therefore, she is considering quitting. I'm telling her to go ahead, but also that even a bad job pays better than no job. In my opinion, she is a little picky with jobs, won't do cleaning, elderly care, and other stuff like that, despite those being jobs she's able to get without any qualifications. She keeps applying for jobs in her own field, but so far without any luck besides a couple of first-round interviews. The market is very limited. Because of increased cost of living, you know the story, her yearly gift and small paycheck doesn't quite cut it anymore. She tells me that she is barely making ends meet, therefore she has asked me to help her out by paying a larger share of our shared expenses. I basically said no. I told her that not many people are as privileged as her, and that she really should be less picky, or even consider requalification, aka new education or a new field of work. I felt bad telling her, but also needed to be honest with her. I could help her out, but that just doesn't sit right with me, all things considered. So now, of course, according to her, I am the asshole. But am I? No! You're not an asshole! What the shit? Okay. Both my exes made between 300K and 600K a day? A day. A day? A day. And they're your exes? Why are you not still with them? I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know if this means American dollars. They live in Scandinavia, so it might be $20,000 in Scandinavian money, but still. It's funny this post kind of started with my bitch wife kind of feel, but what if he's saying, what he's saying is true? I kind of feel him because she has a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Scandinavia money. Okay, it's and that's Swedish krona. Okay, it says dollar. There's an American dollar sign in front of this. If it wasn't American dollars, there wouldn't be an American dollar sign in front of it. He didn't say krona. He said, or kroner. He said dollars. It says dollars here. I think they just live in Scandinavia. $20K, because if they're in Sweden, the Swedish krona is one Swedish dollar is 0.09 USD, so it's only 9 cents. But I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying USD, because this is a American dollar sign, and that's not what people who would be talking about Swedish money or other Scandinavian money would be. Yeah. Yeah, because it's so different. Yeah, I feel like he would have specified. So we're going to go basing this. I know he used the period instead of a comma, making me think he does actually, like, he is Scandinavian, but he put a dollar sign here. So we're going to assume this is American dollars. Like, maybe her family's American. Okay, edit. Based on comments, my wife did full childcare for both kids, 1 year of maternity leave per child. As of now, F9 goes to school and M5 is in kindergarten. No childcare is needed. Based on comments, chores around the house is shared more or less equally. When describing her degree as terribly useless, I meant in terms of job possibilities, nothing else, and she agrees. The 50-50 shared account deal was sort of a design criteria in our relationship from the beginning, as we both like to be able to spend whatever we like or can on whatever we want. I know there are couples who have the same agreement, so it never really seemed that odd to me. Update, this took off. I really appreciate it. I gotta say, some of these comments are just, well, insane. Marriage counseling, love marriage, loveless marriage, divorce, calm the fuck down, Reddit. We're doing just fine. Yeah, well, I mean, you posted on Reddit. What the fuck did you expect them to say? Stay with your wife? Like, this is Reddit. That's not what happens. When you post on Reddit, they tell you to divorce. That's how this works. He didn't answer my one question, though. Are we talking American USD? They do have separate finances. Is that why everyone's saying everyone sucks here? Because they have shared finances? Because I think she's the asshole. She's complaining that doesn't have enough money, but doesn't want to hold a job. You can't have it both ways. You know? I mean, you can. You can complain about not having enough money while having a job, but she's complaining about not having enough money, but doesn't want to hold a job. Isn't willing to work a job that she doesn't like, so that she has money. I don't see how he's an asshole here. You said your wife's parents are wealthy.
They will not live forever. If your wife inherits their money when they pass, are you going to be willing to accept it if your wife tells you that you still have to pay your half of everything on your own? Will you be okay if she takes a vacation and you can't afford to go because your half costs more than you can afford? She doesn't even share the 20K she gets now. What makes you think she's going to share any of her inheritance? Yeah. She's biting off more than she can chew. Yeah. He works for his side of the finances, and she gets hers handed to her. Keeping it separate sounds smart. Yeah. They have it separate except for one shared account where they use to pay for things for the family. So, but they do have separate finances, is what it is saying. Because he said that they share an account. Our economy is mostly shared. We share a family-related expenses account. But other than that, we have our own accounts. So, what this guy needs to do is he needs to hold out until she gets her inheritance and make sure she makes the will. And then one day, let's just say she has an accident. Rather want of money. Yeah, money ruins a lot of things. Lack of money ruins a lot of things. Too much money ruins a lot of things. Right? Same. I'd be happy just to have enough money where I don't have to check my bank account every time I want to buy anything. I'm going to go with not the asshole. I don't think he sucks here. I think he is completely allowed to say, no, I'm not helping pay for your half. Like, I'll help pay for a little bit, but I'm not paying for it forever. Like, you need to keep a job. If you're having trouble paying for your shit with a free 20K a year, that's a you problem. Right? I feel that. $80 billion. That's too much money. That's too much money. I don't need $80 billion. I would settle for 80K to be honest. I'd settle for $80 on some days. Just $80, you know. And be gone after 2 tanks of gas, but, you know. $20,000 as a Christmas gift. With that kind of money, I'll build a throne made out of actual human skulls and me sitting on top of it, decked out in gold chains and rubies and precious jewels and materials, making 2 monkeys knife fight to the death. It's a lot. It's a lot going on. Max was talking about a TikTok channel that they found where this guy will, like, talk about, like, rich people with money problems. Or people who are just making bad financial decisions. And there was this girl who was making $13,000 a month, but wasn't able to pay her rent. Despite the fact that her rent was only $2,000 a month. Like, ma'am. Because she was just buying shit she didn't need. She was just spending money everywhere. Which, like, even if I spent that kind of money, right? Exactly, that's what I said. What the fuck is she buying that's spending $11,000 a month? She doesn't have kids. She's our age. She's in her 20s. She doesn't have, like, 4 kids or anything. You know what I mean? Like, if she had kids, maybe I could understand where it's going, but she doesn't. I don't understand. Where does 11K go, is my question. I make maybe 3K a month. Maybe 4. Like, and I'm living with that, so. Exactly, that's what I was saying. Like, even if I bought all the big-ass Lego sets that I want, even if I bought, like, just for 1 month, I bought every single item that I wanted, I still wouldn't spend all of that. I still wouldn't be able to spend $11,000. If I made 11K a month, I would probably still have 7K left over because I would just run out of things to do for the month because I would get everything done with the 4K I already had, right? How? The way I would pay off all my rent and everything, donate $1,000 a month to some charity or to just a friend who needed the money, and then I have the rest in my savings account, like, I do not understand how you could be spending that much money, even if you ordered out and DoorDashed every single meal, even if you hired a personal chef to come cook you one meal a day. Like, I can't imagine how you spend that much money. How? I don't understand. Don't understand. Okay. Am I the asshole for taking a day off for myself without telling my husband? My husband, 38 male, and I, 40 female, have been married for 8 years and have a 4-year-old son. I work for a regional park district managing the outdoor recreation and educational program. Basically, I work outside 90% of the time. The summer is by far my busiest time of year, and I routinely work 6 days a week if I can make it work. I will take a day off during the week to offset my hours because our weekend events are the ones I'm most needed at since they are bigger. I'm salaried, so I don't get overtime. This is not new. I've been in this position since before my husband and I got married. He knows how busy I am at this time of year. Since our son was born, my husband has gotten increasingly grumpy during this time of year because he obviously has to be responsible for our son during weekends when I work. Oh, poor guy. Okay, we fought about this a number of times because he feels like I should talk to my bosses about getting other people to take over some of my weekend events so he doesn't get stuck with our son by himself every weekend. I feel like he needs to suck it up because this isn't new to anyone and it's only a small portion of the year that my schedule is like this. His argument is that there is nothing he does that leaves me parenting by myself for similar amounts of time, and that there needs to be more of a balance in that area. Okay, that's fair. This past weekend, I had events on both Saturday and Sunday, full 8-hour days in the outside in the heat. By the time I got home both nights, I was exhausted and just wanted to take a shower and go to sleep. I tried to watch a movie with them Saturday night, but fell asleep on the couch. Last night, I crashed by 8 p.m. This morning, I told my husband that I was going to work from home for a bit in the morning to offset my hours, but after my husband took our son to daycare and I started looking at emails, I changed my mind to just take the day off and get some rest and maybe do a few things around the house. I must have fallen asleep on the couch because I woke up to my husband making himself lunch in the kitchen. He regularly comes home for lunch because his office is nearby. I asked him how his day was going and a few other questions, and he kept giving me one-word answers. I asked him if he was okay, and he told me that he was tired and feels like he hasn't gotten a break all summer, and it's frustrating for him to come home and see me napping when I told him I was going to work from home. I told him I was still tired from the weekend and decided to take the day off. He said he's tired too, and that I need to start doing a better job of taking his needs into consideration, as well instead of just focusing on my own. He said it's not fair to him to work five days a week and then be solo parenting all weekend while all I do is work and sleep. I told him that the summer is almost over, so my weekends will free up again soon, but he said that all he said was, since you're rested now, you can pick son up from daycare. I won't be home for dinner. Fair. I'm going to go head out. I'm going to the movie with my friend. Hopefully I'll be done later tonight and I can catch you late stream. Take care. Enjoy your evening, Christian. If I see you tonight, I see you tonight. If I don't, I'll see you whenever I see you. She just worked the weekend in the heat. She earned a nap day. Have a good evening. Well, it seems like that's every single weekend. It seems like she works every single weekend. And then has a day off in the middle of the week. I think I understand where he's coming from. But also I understand where she's coming from. And if this is only a thing that happens during the summer, then I do think it's something they need to work on together. I think it's something that there can be a compromise on. Like talking to her work and saying, hey, I can't work every single weekend during the year. Like, I can't during the summer. I need a weekend off here or there so that my husband can actually get a break. Let's see. Yeah, these are the ones I'm most needed since they are bigger. Then you need to pass it off onto someone else every once in a while. Like 1 weekend a month or something during the summer months or something like that, right? Because like he said he works 5 days a week and then he's a full-time parent on the weekend because she's out. And then I can understand why he would be frustrated by that if he was already frustrated initially. And then he comes home for lunch and sees her napping on the couch on a day she said she was going to be working. You know? I would be frustrated as well, I think. Yeah, she works 6 and it seems like she's not doing a lot of the childcare on top of working, whereas he is doing childcare on top of working. I'm curious what the comments have to say. You're the asshole. Not for the day off. Everyone should get one off from time to time. You're the asshole because your husband is 100% parent during every weekend of the summer months. True. We're also talking about summer months where the kid's not in school. So the kid is actually at home and needs childcare. Whereas the weekends during the other months are the only times of the week where you really have to do like full-time childcare because they're at school during the week. I completely forgot about that. In addition to also having a full-time job Monday through Friday, he asked you to talk to your bosses about getting more people, but you've refused. Like, he offered a compromise to make it where her job isn't as hectic, and so she's not as tired, so she's able to actually be part of the family. So I guess this is life for him now, June through August, full-time parent every weekend. Also, all of the household chores on the weekend, cooking, mowing, etc. You've dumped too much on him, and your answer is basically suck it up. That is what it feels like she's telling him, is to suck it up. She's not even offering a compromise. Yeah, that's true. But that's true at all jobs. You're the asshole. You don't refute what he said, that there are not times when you are solely picking up all parenting duties for him. He's not complaining about being a dad and parenting. He's upset that you're stretching yourself so thin that you can't be an equal partner and parent, and are unwilling to even ask if possible for your responsibilities to be shifted so you can have the schedule your responsibilities require. If you were a man and he were a woman, you'd be ripped to shreds in the sub over this. I'm interested to know why you can't/won't try to delegate the work to alleviate some of this stress on your husband. Is it an income thing where you're a primary breadwinner and can't afford to rock the boat at work? If so, how do you help him refill his emotional tank after your busy season? If I were him, I'd feel pretty taken for granted. Yeah, I think she's just the asshole because he's saying this isn't working and she's not trying to work with him. You know what I mean? I think that's the main thing that's holding me up, is that he's tried to offer compromises. He's expressed the fact that he needs help, that it's not working for him, and she's just dismissing him and saying, well, this is how it is. You know, like, she's not trying to make it better. And I think that makes her the asshole. Because it doesn't seem like he's punishing her in any way. He's still doing all the things he has to do when she's not around. He's not, like, yelling at her or telling her to go kill herself or anything wild, like we see a lot of times in these subreddits where, or in these stories where the partner, like, loses it. Like, he's saying, this isn't working for me, I need your help, and she's saying, too fucking bad. Nothing I can do about it. Like, she's not even trying, you know? Yeah, he's actually communicating his feelings, and she's not listening. You're the asshole for refusing to compromise. Yes, this is your schedule every year, but it sounds like you made zero effort to change your availability even after having a kid. Being a parent is a 24/7 job, and it's a job that you and your husband share. This means making sure you have enough time allotted each day to spend time actually parenting. Sometimes it's just not feasible, and that's okay. If you have the power to decide how to allocate your hours throughout the week, you have the power to make sure you can have some time off on weekends to relieve your husband. You mentioned that you got home from work on the weekend and immediately passed out, so it's not like you're making any effort to be a parent even while you're not at work. I completely understand having a demanding job, but that isn't an excuse to pass 100% of your parental responsibilities to your partner for a third of the year and expect him to suck it up. He needs a break. Also, yeah, she only works 8-hour days. Can we just put that out there? She only works 8-hour days. Yeah, she's outside in the heat, but I work with people who work my shift, 12-hour days, overnight, in the heat, during the summer, who still go home and pick their kids up from work. Or pick their kids up from school, and then they take them home and they help them with their homework, and then or they pick them up and take them to school, and then they go to bed while the kid's at school, and then they wake up and get their kid from school and bring them home. Like, I work with people who work 12-hour days and still manage to be a parent. So the fact that she's got, and some of them are single parents also, I should add that, and manage to work a 12-hour day on the weekend and still pick up their kids and take care of their kids. So for her to work an 8-hour day and then claim that she can't help with the kids because she's too tired. Sorry, babe, you're a parent. I'm sorry to tell you that, but you chose to have a kid. So it's too bad if you're too tired, you need to take care of your kid. You can't just leave it on your husband to do it. Especially if she's not picking up the slack during the week when she's not as exhausted or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to sympathize when you're only working an 8-hour workday. You know, not a 10-hour workday, not a 12-hour workday. You know what I mean? You're the asshole. Your husband is communicating to you that he's getting burnt out, and your response was to tell him to suck it up. The only thing you're going to get from that is a resentful husband. Yeah. Yeah, this is a good option too. Couldn't you get a sitter or a family member to watch the kids on occasion? Having every weekend of your summer booked for you in advance sucks. There's probably shit that he wanted to do, and everyone deserves a break now and then. That's actually a good compromise. Parents of young kids don't get to not parent daily. You don't get a long day and then come home to have time alone. Do better. Exactly. She only worked an 8-hour day. Like, yeah, there are men who work 8-hour days every day in the heat, and if they came home and just fell asleep, we would be gathering our pitchforks. Like, it wouldn't kill her to take over when she got home for even a few hours. I'm a stay-at-home mom, a privilege in this economy, and my husband works over 8 hours a day and still plays with our 4-year-old and puts the baby down almost every night. OP needs to do better. Exactly this. Yeah, she's not even talking about a long day. She's talking about a normal 8-hour day. Yeah. Yeah. You're the asshole. You have a family now. You can't pretend you don't just because this is a busy time of year. It's incredibly unfair to make your husband take on every weekend in the summer because your boss can't figure out how to keep employees, and you won't put your foot down about an occasional weekend. It doesn't sound like Hubs is asking for every weekend just for you to give a little. You're willing to sacrifice your family for work. Are you willing to do a little bit of the reverse? Yep. So does she work 8-hour days during the week too? Are all 6 days 8 hours? You know? Don't have kids, right? That would solve the problem. Just don't have kids. I wonder if OP has said anything in any comments anywhere. It's not that I haven't talked to my boss about it. It comes down to staffing. We haven't been able to keep people long enough to fully train them to do all that I would. We're pretty much constantly hiring to bring people on, but can't keep anyone. And that's your husband's problem. Why? OP said, I will admit that during this time of year, the parenting is very one-sided. I can't argue that. And I'm very thankful that he picks up my slack this time of year. I try to make up for it other times of the year, but he feels there is still a big inequality there because, in his words, he's not neglecting parenting for a whole 3 to 4 months a year. Yeah, this sounds like a communication issue and a lack of fucks to give issue. Info, is there some reason why he can't take a personal sick day during the week after dropping your child at daycare? Why do you have to schedule his time? We recently had some unexpected medical bills, mine, and home maintenance expenses that have put us in a stressful financial situation, so they can't hire a sitter. He's more worried about it than I am, but he feels like he needs to work hard to make the money up ASAP, whereas I'm taking a more long-term look at it. Yeah. Asshole. It's my determination. You're the asshole. Okay, last one, because I need to be able to get this uploaded before tonight's stream, although it should go up pretty fast because it's a Reddit stream. Those tend to upload way faster than the gaming ones, so nobody is the asshole. I disagree. I think she's an asshole. I think she could try a little harder. She said she tried, but it doesn't feel like she tried. Saying that she comes home from an 8-hour day and then goes to bed. You're not trying. She's not trying. No, I don't mean at work. I don't mean at work. I mean at home. I mean, she doesn't try to help parent at home. And she even said that it is fully one-sided during the summer, that he does all the parenting, which means she comes home from work on the weekends and goes to bed. She doesn't help with the kids, despite the fact she's only at work for 8 hours of the day. The day is 24 hours long. It's not like she's working a 12-hour shift in the heat. That I could understand. She's only working an 8-hour shift in the heat. Come home, take a nap, get up, take care of the fucking kids so your husband can have a fucking nap or something. No, I think she's an asshole. I think she could try a little harder. To be honest, they're probably both burnt out because they have a kid. They've got a, I think it was a newer kid. So there's that. But it doesn't feel like she's taking his feelings into account, and I don't think that's fair. I think if this was the other way around, I think if OP was the dude, I think we'd be judging it a little bit differently. We'd be being like, you need to step the fuck up, asshole. You know, that's how I think we'd be talking about it if OP was a guy. Is you need to try a little harder. She's doing all the work. You need to try a little harder, you know? But because OP is a woman, it's harder to think about it that way. Because we're like, yes, queen, make your money. But it's also like, you got kids. You got to take care of those assholes as well. Plot twist, the child is the asshole. That's who the real asshole is. The child is the asshole. Okay, last post. Children are assholes. Yep. Fucking leeches. Get a job. All right. Am I the asshole for telling my stepsister she can't afford her dream wedding venue after she accused me of stealing it? Oh, I need to put this in my car. I wonder how much savings it's actually providing me. Because I've got this subscribe and save thing from State Farm that I'm supposed to stick into my car so they can like track my driving or whatever to provide me savings on my insurance, but I don't know how it works, and I don't know if it's going to dock me for speeding, because I do speed a lot. I'm speeding most of the time that I'm driving, partially because usually when I'm driving the roads are pretty empty. Like on non-work days, if I'm out and about, there's not really traffic, so I don't need to drive the speed limit. I'm usually going 5 over in the city because there's no one on the road. And I also like to speed. So I don't know if it tracks that or not, and if it does, I don't want to making me have to pay more on my insurance. So I don't know if it tells me what all it tracks. I'm not sure what all it does, and I don't know how to find that out. So, you know. All right. I gotta go cook dinner because I'm hungry. All right. I, 25 female, am getting married next year. I'm 6 months into planning. I picked the venue pretty early on, and it happens to be the same venue that my stepsister, 27 female, has always dreamed of getting married in. When I announced to the family that this was all finalized, my stepsister flew off the handle, Lucy. She said I'm a sneaky asshole for picking that venue when I knew she had always said that that was her ideal wedding venue. I understood her disappointment, but this reaction is, in my opinion, over the top for 2 reasons. 1, the venue is very famous. I'm not the first nor the last to get married there. It's a cultural landmark with a rich history that has played host to weddings for centuries. I also love the location, and I have for over a decade. Nothing is stopping Lucy from getting married there someday if she so wishes. The cost of a wedding at this venue is astronomical. My fiancé and I are aware that between my dad's family and his, we are signing up for a certain type of event, and we're fine with that. But I can admit the cost is eye-watering. I'll not be giving the exact number, but when I contacted the wedding planner, she asked if I'd be able to get if I'd be able to get the venue for $100K. She laughed at me and said the venue would not return our call for that price. Are you getting married in the fucking Taj Mahal? Where are you getting married? What the fuck? Yeah, everyone's the asshole. You're all assholes. Holy shit. I know that Lucy has always said if she could pick anywhere in the world, she would get married there, but very few people have the pick of the whole world for their venue. So Lucy was shouting at me saying I was copying her wedding idea. I tried apologizing. I tried to tell her, I love that Stray, I keep getting notified that you're playing Baldur's Gate 3. You've got a problem. There we go. There's another one. That's the 3rd time I've seen the notification pop up from Steam. Your thing's not even online? Why is it telling me that you're playing it then? It's popped up 3 separate times. Saying that you're online. I tried to tell her that just because I'm getting married at it first doesn't mean that when she gets married, she can't do it there as well. I even offered to trim the guest list from her dad's side, so if she ever did get married there, it would be next to no guest overlap. Nothing worked. There were tears. She was calling me a snake and a backstabber. Eventually, I just got annoyed and was like, what was I supposed to do? Not pick the venue that I wanted just in case you one day have $1 million wedding? Lucy, be serious. Our parents are saying that I went for the throat with what I said, and I should apologize. I think that as much as I am sensitive to the fact that she might feel a bit annoyed, she has the rest of her life to get married there or anywhere else if she wants, and she needs to let it go. You got there first. It's not her problem. You got there first. Also, you offered a compromise. See, I always feel better when the people asking if they're the asshole in the situations give a compromise. And then the person that they're like, am I the ass or are they the ass? The person who rejects the compromise is usually the asshole. She offered a compromise. And the other person was like, woo. No, you're not the asshole. Not the asshole. My brother and his wife used the same venue as I did. I couldn't care less. Yeah. I wouldn't care either. The venue has about 8 different places you can get married on the premises anyway. I don't see the big deal. Me either, especially since she's single. Not the asshole for picking the venue, but unless you and your fiance are multimillionaires, spending over $100K on a wedding is absurd. It's a day. Yes, an important one, but think of what you could be doing with that cash. I digress, though, as it's just my opinion. So many people focus on the wedding and not aiming for a successful marriage again, in my opinion. Yes, it's absurd. We've bowed to the pressure from both my dad's family and his to have a wedding that they believe is appropriate. We're doing a smaller thing the weekend before just for close family, but in deference to the parents, we are putting on a show they've asked for. It's a farce, we know. On the $1 million part, for clarification, is Lucy's resentment that your dad is significantly wealthier than her own, and that's why it's unlikely she would ever be able to have her wedding there, and has the wealth discrepancy been a sore spot in the past? No, it hasn't. My stepdad is pretty comfortable. He would never spend that much on a wedding, though. So even if she could get the venue, her wedding there would be notably less lavish no matter what. I mean, people get married at the same wedding venues all the time, family, friends, coworkers, whatever. Her freak out is immature and almost even absurd. I am curious though, since you say this is a big affair and mostly coming from your dad and in-laws, as you chose the venue, is there any particular reason you chose this one as opposed to the other? We had to shortlist it, and I've always loved this venue. The other one was comparable in size and grandeur, but I prefer this one. Well, you can trim the list by one. Paying that much for a wedding venue is so very foolish. You could buy a house or do an epic honeymoon lasting a whole year with that kind of money. Unless you and your fiance are very wealthy, you're squandering a huge opportunity by dumping that money so fast. Why are we downvoting this? He's right. Death Duck is correct. Okay, they're just stupidly wealthy. We've already got a boat. We're just out of anything else to buy, I guess. These people are wealthy as fuck. They didn't bully us. It's important to them. Why not do it? It's one day that is coming at no cost to us. If we really hated the idea, we'd say no, but we weren't that fussed, so thought, why not? They'd have done it for us. It costs nothing to just let them win this one. $1,000 is not why not type of money. That's relative. No, it's not! $100,000 is not a relatively small amount of money unless you are a multi-millionaire or higher. 100K for a millionaire is a lot of money. That's a tenth of your income for the year gone on one day. If you make $1 million a year, and that was the low ball. The 100,000 was the low ball. The 100,000 was just her example to give an idea of how expensive the venue was, because they said the venue wouldn't even consider. They wouldn't even return the call for that price. So this venue is considerably more expensive than $100,000. The 100,000 was just to put it in perspective of how expensive it was, and that the venue would not return their call if they offered to pay them $100,000 for the venue for the day. Why are rich people posting to Reddit? Go away. No one wants you here. Unless you're going to be posting your bank account information so that everyone else can get your money, don't be posting to Reddit if you make this much money. We don't care about your problems, okay? I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Stray, I'm losing my mind. That's just so much, dude. That's so much. Okay, that's enough for today. That's enough. That's enough. We don't need any more of that. That's fine. We're done. We're done. You're not the asshole, but you are rich, and so you're an asshole. Okay, that's gonna be all from me today, for now. I will see you all tonight, if you're here. I don't know what time. I'll let you know when I figure that out. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I think this is the longest Am I the Asshole one we've done in a while. Usually these are only like an hour long because I get tired and call it quits. But I enjoyed our Reddit today. If I don't see you tonight, I'll see you tomorrow with more Elden Ring. Bye-bye.